Chapter 1472. Ever since Yi Hao reached the 7th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, he had been hiding his true strength. Even Wu Wenyong and Bing Yi did not know of Yi Hao's true strength. It wasn't that Yi Hao wanted to hide anything. It was just that in a place like the imperial city of Azure Mountain, it was better to keep a low profile. The less people could see through him, the better. If he really did reveal all his trump cards, Yi Hao wouldn't be far from death. After all, the Yuan clan had the Celestial Cloud Pavilion, so Yi Hao had to be cautious. This was also why Ju Tong was so shocked when he saw Yi Hao's true strength. In the trial, Yi Hao revealed his cultivation as a 6th-level Spirit Emperor for 2 reasons. One was to let Yuan Shu and the rest assured that he had used the Jade Buddha stone that they gave him and had used it to break through. The other reason was to increase his strength on the surface and have more means to protect himself. As for the pill that he had just taken, it was actually just an ordinary healing pill. It was not a pill that could suddenly increase his cultivation. As for the reason for doing so, it was naturally to cover up his sudden increase in strength. Yi Hao, whose strength had increased sharply, attacked with his sword. Du Shengwen's sword and saber crossed in front of his chest and was directly sent flying by Yi Hao. Yi Hao, who had succeeded in one strike, did not keep his sword. Instead, he chased after Du Shengwen. Sword chi wantonly bloomed in the cave one after another. The entire cave fell into a chaotic battle. Not only in the cave, but also in other places in the world of Warcraft. For the battle order, in order to advance, in order to go further in the Heavenly Street Convention, everyone was doing their best. Green Fallen Peak, Celestial Cloud Pavilion. In a secret room in Yuan Shu's courtyard, a figure with a hurried expression quietly walked in. After entering the secret room, the figure arrived in front of Yuan Shu with ease. Yuan Shu was staring at a projection on the left. That projection was showing the scene of Yi Hao fighting fiercely. After that figure came, he did not speak and just stood there quietly. After a long while, Yuan Shu lazily said, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come if I don't contact you? I've already told you this when you first entered the city. Have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten." The figure slowly raised her head. She stared at Yuan Shu with her beautiful eyes and said, "You told me to stay by his side and investigate his situation. I did as you said. When will you fulfill your promise?" Yuan Shu glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the fish has only taken the bait. It hasn't fallen into the net yet. But if we want to catch the fish, we can't do it without you. What exactly do you want me to do? You'll know when the time comes. It's not the right time yet. When I first entered the city, I came to find you and told you that he was a 5th-level Spirit Emperor, but you didn't believe me and sent people to test him. Since you don't trust me, why did you let me stay by his side?" Yuan Shu stood up with a smile, walked up to the figure, and slapped him. Bang! The figure crashed into the wall not far away. Yuan Shu turned around and said with his hands behind his back, "What's your attitude when talking to me?" The figure stood up silently and walked behind Yuan Shu. Her red eyes were filled with hatred. "It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm afraid that this brat is hiding something from you. What is his exact realm? This is an important piece of information that I must know. That's why I sent people to test him. I didn't expect that woman beside him to interfere. That woman will leave tomorrow morning. She won't hinder your plan." Yuan Shu's face lit up. "Really?" The figure nodded and said, "Yes. She also told me to tell him that we'll meet one last time in an alley in the city. Do you need me to do anything?" Yuan Shu's eyes kept darting around. He said carefully, "No need. You can't expose yourself for now. Just tell him what I said. Tell that woman to leave as soon as possible. It'll be troublesome if she stays. Got it? If there's nothing else, I'll go back." "Wait." Yuan Shu stopped the figure and said seriously, "Don't worry. When this is done, I'll do what I promised you. I won't go back on my words." "I hope so." Yuan Shu watched Wu Wenyong's departing figure with a playful smile on his face. Then, a black figure appeared beside him. Yuan Shu smiled and asked, "Yingyi, how's the monster?" Yingyi said with a hoarse voice, "Everything is going according to our plan. I believe it won't be long before it returns to its peak. Very good. Yuan Shu smiled and turned around. He looked at the 6 projections on the wall and said with a sinister smile, "Ha ha ha, I won't take the Yuan family's things for free. Since I've helped you, I naturally have to leave something behind." In Yuan Mu's residence, Yuan Mu listened to the bronze man's report quietly and frowned. That woman is accompanied by 2 swordsmen, one in black and one in blue. Furthermore, there are a group of masked men in crimson robes guarding her. Her identity is indeed extraordinary. The man in the bronze mask revealed the information he had gathered in full detail. Yuan Mu put down the brush in his hand and said, "Listening to the clothes of those guards and that woman's age, it reminds me of an empire. However, those people shouldn't be here. Then could they have the same goal as us? Probably not." Yuan Mu waved his hand and said, "Only we know that secret. They shouldn't be here for that. According to the current situation of the Chaos Realm, they should be here to take that woman away. Then what should we do? Do nothing. Wait. Yes." In the cave, the walls were broken and the ground was in a mess. Yi Hao, who was injured all over and unable to move, and Yu Sanjiang, who had a sword wound and a blade wound on his chest, leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Not far from them, there were 3 people kneeling. One was the pale-faced Li whose arm had been cut off by Yu Sanjiang's 3-foot-long sword. One was the half-unconscious Du Shengwen, who had been heavily injured by Yi Hao. One was the Yang Shuangfei, who had a crimson sword and a slender soft sword on his back. Only the sound of his heartbeat could be heard. At this moment, the 3 of them no longer had the demeanor of spirit emperors. They also didn't have the courage to tell Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang to die. They were like 3 wooden stakes, kneeling on the ground. In front of them were the battle tokens they had just taken out. The moment the 3 of them placed the battle tokens on the ground, they were sent to the entrance of the competition by 3 pillars of light. There were 2 distinctive swords stuck in the ground of the cave, as if to prove Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang's victory. Chapter 1473. Yi Hao raised his arm with great difficulty. The crimson Wu Dao sword was quietly lying in Yi Hao's interspatial ring. At the same time, the slender and long sword also returned to Yu Sanjiang's hands. Yi Hao said weakly, "We won the bet." Yu Sanjiang only felt bitterness in his heart, but this was a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, we took so many battle tokens. Aren't we the prey of others? It's okay. We'll be fine after a few days. Yi Hao's chest suddenly tightened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Sanjiang rested for a while and recovered some of his strength. He picked up all the battle orders that he had left behind in the cave. Then, he came to Yi Hao's side and split the battle orders in half. He smiled and said, "We'll split the battle orders in half." Yi Hao was stunned and looked at him blankly. Yu Sanjiang didn't understand. "Are you stupid? You don't want them? If you don't want them, I'll take them all." Yi Hao swallowed his saliva and said helplessly, "Look at the ranking." Yu Sanjiang opened the battle tokens and opened the ranking. He was at the top and the biggest red dot on the map was him. He couldn't help but panic. Yi Hao smiled bitterly. "Can't you just let those battle tokens lie on the ground quietly? We'll take them later." Yi Hao reluctantly took half of the battle tokens. At this time, the ranking changed again. First place, Yi Sangao, 6th level Spirit Emperor, 123,800 battle tokens. Second place, Yu Sanjiang, 8th level Spirit Emperor, 115,521 battle tokens. Wang, congratulations to Yi Sangao and Yu Sanjiang for breaking through 100,000 battle tokens and unlocking the reconnaissance function. From now on, the 2 of you can scout the location of others within 30 kilometers of you. In the bamboo forest of the Yu Manor, Banished Immortal looked at Yu Ingwan with some displeasure. Exiled Immortal took a sip of tea and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, "Patriarch Yu, what do you mean by this? You are breaking the rules." Yu Ingwan smiled and said, "Fallen Immortal, isn't this rule set by us? If we want to change it, then we can naturally change it. Moreover, don't you think this is very interesting?" Exiled Immortal was speechless. Yu Ingwan said in his heart, Sanjiang, father can only help you this much. The rest is up to you. Inside the cave, Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Yi Hao was stunned for a moment, then said, doesn't that mean we can see how many people are chasing after us? Yeah. Yu Sanjiang added, this way, we can also use this function to kill others and earn more battle tokens. The two of them were overjoyed. Then, they opened the map on the battle tokens and their faces darkened. This was because they found that there were hundreds of small green dots around the two largest red dots on the map. Moreover, these small dots were constantly moving towards the two large red dots, gradually forming an encirclement. Damn, why are there so many people here? What should we do? I don't want to die. We just got so many battle tokens. I don't want to give them away for nothing. Yu Sanjiang suddenly panicked. Now that the two of them were seriously injured, they definitely couldn't win against so many people. However, he didn't want to give up the opportunity to advance, so he was very conflicted. Yi Hao thought carefully, then took out a pile of spirit stones from his interspatial ring and said, I have a way, but I just took a pill and went through a fierce battle. Now, my body is a little weak. I need you to help me. At the entrance of the cave, a lot of people suddenly gathered. These people looked at the map and confirmed that the two largest red dots were in the cave. Then, they swarmed in. These two guys are not very strong. We can easily defeat them. That's right. They have 200,000 battle tokens together. It's enough for us to divide. Ha ha ha, this is what they mean by an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Damn it. Inside the cave, Yu Sanjiang, who was arranging the spirit stones on the ground according to Yi Hao's instructions, became more and more anxious. This was because he could hear many messy footsteps slowly approaching. If this spiritual array was not set up, it would really be over. Yi Hao also heard the messy footsteps, but he didn't panic. Instead, he said in a low voice, don't panic. Just a little more and this spiritual array will be set up. You must focus now. Don't put the spirit stones in the wrong place. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Okay. Yu Sanjiang took the scattered spirit stones on the ground and slowly embedded them into the ground. At this time, everyone had already reached the depths of the cave. When they saw Yi Hao leaning against the wall and Yu Sanjiang, who was randomly placing things on the ground, they smiled maliciously. They're over there. And they're both injured. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. That's right. The battle tokens are ours. Let's go. Everyone was like a pack of hungry wolves who saw two fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. They rushed forward, wanting to tear Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang into pieces. Okay. The last spirit stone is set up. Yu Sanjiang hurriedly inserted the last spirit stone in his hand into the ground and said anxiously, it's done. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me over there. Yi Hao said resentfully. Yu Sanjiang, who finally reacted, hurriedly helped Yi Hao to the place where the spiritual array was set up. Yi Hao looked at everyone close to him. He took out a spirit stone and slammed it heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a dazzling white light lit up the cave. The white light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. They hurriedly covered their eyes with their arms. When the cave returned to normal, Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang were no longer in the same place. Then, a series of angry roars came from the cave. Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang only felt dizzy. Then, they appeared beside a small river. Yu Sanjiang shook his dizzy head. Not only did the people who tore them apart disappear, but there was also a river. He asked doubtfully, this isn't the cave. Brother Yi, where are we? Yi Hao said weakly, this is the place where I entered the world of Warcraft. When I first came in, I was careful and left a teleportation formation beside the river. The spiritual array I asked you to set up in the cave is connected to this place. As long as the spiritual array is activated, we will be teleported here. However, it can only be activated once, so you don't have to worry about those people chasing after us for the time being. I see. Yu Sanjiang suddenly understood. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, Yi Hao had already fainted. Yu Sanjiang came to Yi Hao's side and carried Yi Hao to a big tree. Then, he sat down with a hesitant expression. Then, Yu Sanjiang slapped himself with all his strength. He muttered angrily and leaned against the big tree to sleep. At the same time, the few flying swords floating quietly in Yi Hao's right hand also quietly flew back into his sleeve. Chapter 1474. The sun had just risen, and the golden sunlight shone on the river not far away. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. Yi Hao, who was leaning against a big tree, covered his eyes with his arms and said lazily, "Today's weather is good." Yu Sanjiang, who was looking at the map beside him, said helplessly, "You still have the time to care about the weather. My goodness, you have been sleeping for a day and a night. You finally woke up. If you didn't wake up, I would have left you behind." "Aya, I accidentally overslept." Yi Hao touched his head awkwardly and said, "Why? We have been through thick and thin together. How can you leave me behind like this? Can you live with your conscience?" Yu Sanjiang smiled bitterly and put the map in front of Yi Hao. The two largest red dots on the map were surrounded by many small green dots. Some were near and some were far away, and they were all gradually coming toward the river. Yu Sanjiang took back the map and said, "Now many people see us as fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Do you think I should leave?" Yi Hao stood up and stretched. He said with a smile, "After sleeping for a day and a night, my spirit is really different. The injuries on my body are almost healed. Sangao, since your injuries are almost healed, let's go quickly. It will be too late if we are late." "Go. Where do you think we can go?" Yu Sanjiang thought carefully and sighed. He said helplessly, "You are right. Our position is transparent to others. It is the same no matter where we go." "No." Yi Hao smiled brightly and retorted, "Although our position is transparent, it doesn't mean that it is the same everywhere." Yu Sanjiang suddenly became interested. He looked at Yi Hao and asked, "Sangao, what's your idea? Let's hear it." "Brother Yu, there are still a few days before the end of the competition. Do you want to do something big with me?" Yu Sanjiang's eyes lit up. They looked at each other and giggled by the river with a pile of spiritual stones in their arms. In the Green Mountain district of the imperial city of Green Mountain. In the alley, Bingyi walked into the tea shop and stared at the tea on the table in a daze. At this moment, the blue-clothed swordsman came to Bingyi's side and said softly, "There are already a few groups of people watching nearby. Are you sure you don't want to chase them away?" Bingyi shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. If they want to watch, let them watch." "Yes. By the way, a few hours have passed." The blue-clothed swordsman looked at the time and replied, 10 hours have passed since the beginning. He should be out in another 10 hours. There are still 10 hours left. It feels like time flies." Bingyi looked at the tea on the table and suddenly asked, "Uncle Lan, do you think I will see him in 10 hours or tomorrow morning?" The blue-clothed swordsman was silent. Bingyi asked again, "Uncle Lan, do you think he will successfully advance?" The blue-clothed swordsman remained silent. Bingyi suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, his cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. I don't think he can win." The blue-clothed swordsman looked at Bingyi's distracted appearance and sighed in his heart. He turned his head away and couldn't bear to watch anymore. Time passed slowly like this. Wu Wenyong, who had returned to the spectator seats, looked at the screen in the center of the arena. His depressed mood was swept away and turned into a smile. The screen was showing the magnificent feat of Yi Sangao and Yu Sanjiang teaming up to defeat 100 Spirit Emperor realm cultivators. Seeing Yi Sangao's complete victory, Wu Wenyong couldn't help but feel happy for him. Just as he wanted to share this joy with others, he looked at the empty seat at the side and his expression inadvertently dimmed. He looked at Yi Sangao in a daze. In the world where demonic beasts ran rampant, Yi Hao, who was dragging the Wu Dao sword, and Yu Sanjiang, who was holding a 3-foot-long sword, looked at the battle orders on the ground and laughed. Just now, they used Yi Hao's rich knowledge of spiritual arrays to set up many spiritual arrays. Then, the two of them teamed up to defeat the cultivators who were trapped in the spiritual arrays. The battle orders on the ground were the best proof. Yu Sanjiang sat on the ground and breathed heavily. He smiled and said, "Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to know so many spiritual arrays and have so many spiritual stones with you." Yi Hao also sat on the ground and replied with a smile, "There is no harm in having more skills. My cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. If I don't know some spiritual arrays, how can I protect myself in this world where demonic beasts run rampant? As for these spiritual arrays, they are necessary for us spiritual array masters." Then, Yi Hao took out a black pill and handed it to Yu Sanjiang. Looking at the pill in a daze, Yu Sanjiang asked, "What is this?" "This is a 4th grade healing pill. Take it, put away the battle order and leave as soon as possible. We can't afford to fight for a while." After taking the pill, Yu Sanjiang felt his wounds were much better. "I didn't expect Brother Yi to have such a good thing with you," he said in surprise. Yi Hao put away the battle order on the ground and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm also an alchemist, but my state is not high. The pill I just took was given to me by my teacher." "You are really good. I didn't expect you to have so many identities." He, there is no harm in having more skills." After cleaning up the battlefield, the two of them left and started to set up the spiritual arrays for the next battle. On the Green Peak, in the royal palace of Green Mountain. A middle-aged man with a hurried expression passed through the magnificent Grand Hall and came to the Preservation Hall where the Emperor of Green Mountain resided. He knocked on the door gently and walked in reverently after getting permission. In the innermost part of the Grand Hall, there was a bed made of spiritual stones. On the bed, a white-haired old man was sleeping. Beside the old man sat a young woman with a delicate figure and a haggard face. The young woman looked at the old man who was sometimes unconscious and sometimes awake, her eyes full of worry. There were many eunuchs and palace maids kneeling around them. The middle-aged man came to the side of the bed and knelt down, saying respectfully, "This subject, Yuchi Wei, greets your majesty and princess." The young woman with tear stains on her face hurriedly got up and helped the middle-aged man up. She said softly, "Uncle Yuchi, there is no need to be so courteous. Get up and talk." "Thank you, Your Highness." The middle-aged man called Yuchi Wei stood up and looked at the unconscious old man on the bed. "Your Highness, how is His Majesty?" he asked. The young woman stroked her hair and said worriedly, "He is still the same as before. He is sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. In the past, he was awake most of the time, but now he is unconscious most of the time. I'm afraid, Princess, be careful with your words." Yuchi Wei looked at the people around and reminded her. Chapter 1475. The young woman also reacted. She looked at the palace maids and eunuchs and said, "You all can leave." "Yes." The palace maids and eunuchs got up and slowly left the hall. When only Yuchi Wei, the princess, and the unconscious Green Mountain Emperor remained in the hall, Yuchi Wei said, "Princess, there are too many people in the Hall of Preservation. It's best if Princess is more careful when speaking." Thinking about this, the young woman was a bit angry and said angrily, "Recently, the Yuan family and Qing family have become more and more excessive. Not only have they placed their own confidants in the Hall of Preservation, they even have eyes and ears in my residence." Yuchi Wei advised, "Princess, please calm down. As long as His Majesty recovers and wakes up, the Yuan family and Qing family are nothing to be afraid of. Sigh, if only I had a few royal brothers." Yuchi Wei fell into silence when he heard this. The Qingshan Emperor was a womanizer, so he had countless beauties in his harem. However, for some reason, even though he had many women, he only had one child, and that was the princess of the Qingshan Empire, Ling Junyun. It was strange. If a powerful empire didn't have a successor for a long time, it should have fallen into chaos long ago. However, the Qingshan Empire didn't. Not only did it not fall into chaos, but it also became more and more prosperous. This was all because of the Qingshan Emperor's suppression. The Qingshan Emperor's martial strength was outstanding, and he was one of the few spirit emperor powerhouses in the Qingshan Empire. He had fought countless battles and killed countless people. Very few people dared to go against him and form factions. Therefore, although the Qingshan Empire only had one princess, it was still stable and powerful. That was until the ancestral worship 10 years ago. There were 7 great clans in the Qingshan Empire. Because they each guarded a spirit vein, the leaders of the 7 great clans would bring their closest people to the depths of the spirit vein to worship their ancestors during the ancestral worship ceremony that was held once every 10 years. However, after the ancestral worship 10 years ago, the leaders of the 7 great clans were all bedridden when they returned. There were even some who passed away a day after returning. This bizarre incident led to countless guesses, and at the same time, countless rumors erupted. Some said that the Qingshan Emperor had set up a trap to get rid of the other 6 great clans, but he was seen through. Some said that the 6 great clans had set up a trap to get rid of the Qingshan Emperor. The 6 great clans were in power, but the Qingshan Emperor was too powerful and was able to escape. Some even said that the Qingshan Emperor wanted the leaders of the great clans to send their wives and daughters to the palace. The leaders didn't agree, so a war broke out. Both sides suffered heavy losses. No matter what the truth, the Qingshan Emperor was bedridden. The Ling clan's emperor's might was getting, and gradually, the Yuan and Qing clans took control of the court. Yuqi Wei thought of these past events. He couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Ling Junyun broke the silence in the hall and asked Yuqi Wei, "Uncle Yuqi, how is the Heavenly Street Convention going?" Yuqi Wei broke free from his memories and said, "Right now, the first round of the Heavenly Street Convention is about to end. This is the list of the top 4 people in the 6 venues. If nothing unexpected happens, this list should be the candidates for the second round." Ling Junyun took the list and murmured, "Most of the people on this list are from the 6 great clans. How come I don't see the people we sent out?" Thinking of this, Yuqi Wei said angrily, "That Yuan clan's Immortal Cloud Pavilion actually found out who we sent out and then joined forces with other cultivators to kill all of our people. No one was able to break out. Preposterous." Ling Junyun was very angry, but he could only keep silent about the Yuan clan's actions. Soon after, he saw that there was one person on the list. Although he was only a 6th stage spirit emperor, he had the most battle orders. He already had 150,000 battle orders. Ling Junyun pointed at this person and said, "Uncle Yuqi, who is this person? Although his cultivation is the lowest, he has the most battle orders." Yuqi Wei looked at those 3 words and murmured, "Yi Sanjiao, I've indeed paid attention to this person. Although his cultivation isn't high, he's very smart. He is indeed a talent. To be able to get Uncle Yuqi's praise, this person must be very good. Can we recruit this person for our use?" This. Yuqi Wei revealed a difficult expression. "What's wrong?" Ling Junyun was confused. Yuqi Wei said, "This Yi Sanjiao, I reckon that the Yuan clan has already roped him in." "What? The Yuan clan again?" "That's right. This Yi Sanjiao was invited to the inner residence of the Yu clan by Yu Ingwan. Then, during this trial, he was inseparable from Yu Ingwan's son, Yu Sanjiang. As for the person behind the Yu clan, I'm sure Princess knows better than me. Immortal Cloud Pavilion, Yuan Shu." Ling Junyun looked at the list angrily. "Uncle Yuqi, is there no other way? After the Heaven Street Convention, it's time to worship the ancestors. The reason why Father has been in a coma for the past 10 years, what happened back then, and the ending of the 6 great clans will all be on that day. If we really can't recruit any talents, then it's a waste for us to worship the ancestors." Yuqi Wei took a step back and knelt on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "I'm incompetent. Please forgive me, Princess." Ling Junyun sighed and said helplessly, "Uncle Yuqi, I don't blame you. I'm a little tired. You can leave first. I'll take my leave." Yuqi Wei stood up and respectfully left the hall. Before he left, he heard Ling Junyun's bitter sigh. Could it be that the heavens really want my Ling clan to die? Ling Junyun glanced at the empty hall and slowly paced around. In the end, she arrived beside the unconscious old man. She looked at the old man's white hair and her eyes glistened with tears. She sobbed, "Father, don't worry. I will definitely find out the truth of what happened back then. I will definitely cure you." Then, she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said in a low voice, "Little Jo, get ready. Suddenly, a figure wearing golden armor appeared in front of her and asked, "You're going to see that Yi San Jiao?" "That's right." Ling Junyun stood up and murmured, "I have no other choice. Right now, I can only rely on myself. I always feel that this Yi San Jiao is extraordinary, so no matter what, I have to try. Even if it's dangerous?" The man named Little Jiao asked in a low voice. "Yes, even if it's dangerous." Ling Junyun's gaze was very firm. Chapter 1476. Under a waterfall, Yi Hao looked at the battle order in his hand while resisting the surging lake water above his head. He could not help but sneer. At the beginning, everyone thought that the two of them were two fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, so they fought to be the first to hunt them down. When the first batch of people was wiped out by Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang, no one cared. They thought that the two of them had hired help and played some tricks. It was just a fluke. But it was not until two more 100-person teams were wiped out that everyone realized that it was not luck at all. It was as if Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang knew when they would appear and how many people would appear. They had set up an ambush and waited for them there. The roles of the hunter and the prey were completely reversed. By the time the fourth batch of people realized it, it was already too late. They were also wiped out by the two of them. In the end, a few more people broke through the 100,000 mark and unlocked the reconnaissance function. They started to hunt down the people in the vicinity. Only then did everyone understand how Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang could know their information so accurately. Just like that, Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang had more and more battle orders. They were already far ahead of the others on the leaderboard. Gradually, no one came to find trouble with the two of them. The two of them were happy to be free. Yu Sanjiang held a pile of wild fruits that he picked from somewhere and said to Yi Hao, "It's been so boring recently. No one has come to find trouble with us. These idiots. They think that we are the prey. In fact, we have always been the hunters." Yi Hao caught the wild fruit that Yu Sanjiang threw over, took a bite, and sat up under the waterfall. Sigh, we can't blame them. After all, no one knew that there was such a crazy function like reconnaissance. Yeah. Yi Hao took a bite of the wild fruit and found that it tasted good. It also contained rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So he asked, "Where did you pick this fruit?" "It contains rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is not an ordinary wild fruit." "Hey, I really didn't notice it if you didn't mention it." Yu Sanjiang pointed to a hill not far away and said, "I picked it there. There are still many fruits there." "That can't be. Ordinary wild fruits would not have such rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Unless what?" Yi Hao paused for a moment before continuing, "Unless that place itself is rich in heaven and earth spirit qi. These wild fruits absorb some of the spirit qi that overflows from that place day and night. Over time, they will achieve this effect." Yu Sanjiang's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "You mean, there might be a spirit stone vein in that place?" "It's just a guess." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Yi Hao looked at Yu Sanjiang's blurry back and shook his head with a smile. In the bamboo forest of the Yu residence, Zhejian and Yu Yingwan had different expressions as they watched Yi Hao and Yu Yingwan leave. Banished Immortal's face was a little gloomy. Underneath the gloominess was a hint of nervousness. Yu Yingwan's face was still calm, and under the calmness, there was a trace of joy. After Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang arrived at the hill, the image in the projection suddenly became very blurry. Yu Yingwan was shocked, then asked unhappily, "What's going on? Why can't I see clearly?" Banished Immortal was delighted and said lightly, "What's there to be surprised about? Maybe it's because the heaven-earth spirit qi is too dense, causing the image to be blurry." Yu Yingwan angrily waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. He was clearly not satisfied with Banished Immortal's explanation. Banished Immortal stood up and said softly, "You family head, I hope you have some self-respect and don't ruin young Master Shu's plan. After all, your Yu family's exhausted spirit veins can't withstand the torment." "Ha ha ha." Banished Immortal left after saying that. Yu Yingwan heard Banished Immortal's mocking laughter and his tightly clenched fists fell down powerlessly. He turned and walked through the bamboo forest and came to a small hill full of weeds. Yu Ingwan looked at the small hill that he hadn't been to for a long time. He slowly cleared away all the weeds on the hill. Finally, he sat at the foot of the hill and lay on the hill, looking at the gloomy sky. Back then, after you came back, you were bedridden and couldn't get up. The next day, you passed away. I didn't even have time to say a word to you and you left just like that. Are you willing to accept this? Also, I don't know why, but after you left, the spirit veins that my Yu family has been guarding and using all this time suddenly withered by more than half. All these years, I've been searching for the reason behind your death and the spirit veins' exhaustion. But no matter how hard I search, the clues always point to that place. Soon, all the great families will go there. Do you think I should go? Yu Ingwan talked endlessly to the small hill. Finally, when he felt a bit sleepy, he stood up and said to the small hill, "You're not going? Then wouldn't my 10 years of forbearance be wasted? I will definitely find out the truth, definitely." Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang came to the hill. Just as Yu Sanjiang said, there were many wild fruits here. Each one contained rich heaven-earth spirit qi. Yi Hao half squatted and placed his palm on the ground, carefully sensing. "How is it? Did you find anything?" Yu Sanjiang also imitated Yi Hao's actions. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anything, so he looked at Yi Hao and asked. Yi Hao's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened and said, "There should be a spirit veins below." "Really?" Yu Sanjiang's face lit up and said excitedly, "That's great, I knew there was definitely something good below." However, Yi Hao paused for a moment, then said, "However, this spirit veins seems to be consuming itself." "What do you mean?" Yu Sanjiang didn't understand. Yi Hao explained, "It means that with every passing moment, the spirit qi below the spirit veins becomes thinner and thinner. I think it won't be long before this spirit veins completely dry up." "How can this be?" Yu Sanjiang suddenly became anxious and asked, "Is there any way to solve this?" Yi Hao suddenly asked, "Why do you care so much about this spirit veins? Even if this spirit veins don't consume, you can't take it away. This is a trial ground contributed by the Yuan family. The spirit veins also belong to them." His words woke Yu Sanjiang up. Yu Sanjiang completely lost hope and said, "To be honest, there is a spirit vein hidden under each of the 7 main peaks. However, for some reason, the spirit veins of the Yu family suddenly dried up 10 years ago. This spirit vein is also related to the fate of a family. The drying up of the spirit veins caused an immeasurable loss to the Yu family. Therefore, for the past 10 years, the Yu family has been at the bottom of the 7 big families. I know that father is worried sick about the spirit vein, so I really want to help father. This caused me to lose my composure when I saw the spirit vein. However, you are right. Even if this spirit vein is discovered, what does it have to do with the Yu family, ? Chapter 1477. So that's how it is. Yi Hao retracted his hand and prepared to leave with Yu Sanjiang. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness. When he looked at the ground again, he saw a huge vein of spirit stones buried underground. Looking along the spirit vein, there was a huge shadow of a giant beast at the end of the spirit vein. This shadow was almost the same as the one he saw when he first entered the trial grounds. He stared at the huge shadow at the end of the spirit vein. The shadow seemed to feel something. It turned its head and opened its scarlet eyes to look at Yi Hao. Then, the shadow grinned as if it was mocking him. Wang. Yi Hao felt like his head was about to explode. He quickly retracted his eyes and knelt on the ground. He supported himself with his hands and slowly panted. Yu Sanjiang sensed Yi Hao's abnormality and hurriedly asked, "Sangao, what's wrong?" Yi Hao calmed himself down and said, "I'm fine. I just feel a little dizzy. I'll be fine after some rest." Then, Yi Hao looked at the ground again. This time, he couldn't see anything. However, the pressure from the shadow was still engraved in his heart. Regarding the scene just now, Yi Hao could not make sense of it no matter how he racked his brains. He didn't know when it started, but he would always see some strange things. Yi Hao wasn't sure if what he saw just now was real. If it was, then he suspected that the underground spirit vein might be used to seal the shadow. But why was the shadow sealed? What was going on? Did it have anything to do with the Yuan family? No one could answer this series of questions. He could only slowly unravel them himself. Green Fallen Peak, Yuan Mansion's secret room. Yuan Shu frowned. He looked at Banished Immortal and asked, "Is what you said true? Those two brats went to that mountain?" "That's right, Master." Banished Immortal repeated the whole story. Yuan Shu waved his hand and said to Ying Yi, "Go and see if there's anything wrong with that monster." Ying Yi, who had received the order, quickly disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at Yuan Shu's side. "How is it? Is there anything unusual?" "Nothing out of the ordinary." Yuan Shu's furrowed brows relaxed when he heard that. He waved his hand at Zhejian. Banished Immortal looked at Yuan Shu suspiciously, then slowly left the secret room. Yuan Shu stood in the secret room and muttered to himself, "Before that old man died, he left behind quite a bit of information. In the beginning, I paid a hefty price to obtain the Wu Dao sword. Who would have thought that the Wu Dao sword that can give people the scarlet eyes would end up in Yi Hao's hands? There's no other way. I can only start planning against Yi Hao. After all, without him, I won't be able to enter that place. So, I asked the Heavenly Street Convention to be brought forward and let that brat come to me on his own accord. I could use this to control him and use him to enter that place." Ying Yi couldn't help but ask, "Is that place really that scary?" "Of course." Yuan Shu smiled evilly and said, "Don't forget, these 6 seemingly ordinary beads were brought out by that old man from that place. It was because of these 6 beads that we knew that there was such a terrifying existence in that place. So, we made a lot of plans around it." Ying Yi agreed, "Indeed. I didn't expect these 6 beads to contain 6 different small worlds. And each small world has a shadow of that monster." "No, you're wrong." Yuan Shu said sternly. "Before that old man died, he let slip a sentence. He said that the worlds in these 6 pearls are actually one world." "What?" Ying Yi was stunned. "In other words, these 6 beads are only a part of the complete world of Warcraft. There are other beads scattered around. When all the beads are gathered, they will form the true world of Warcraft." Ying Yi came back to his senses after a while and said, "Are you sure these beads are the most inconspicuous things in that place?" Yuan Shu sank into his memories and murmured, "A long time ago, the ancestor of the Ling family accidentally entered that place and learned an ordinary martial art. After he came back, he became a spirit monarch expert. Since then, the Green Mountain Empire was formed. And that ordinary martial art was the supreme martial art of the Ling family, the Great Thousand World Scripture. Unfortunately, this Great Thousand World Scripture can only be practiced by men. Otherwise, with Ling Juanyun's talent, she would have entered the spirit monarch realm long ago. Now, do you know how scary that place is?" "Yes, I know. I'll go and make sure nothing goes wrong." Hearing this, Ying Yi's expression became serious and then he left. Yuan Shu stretched out his arms and closed his eyes. He said somewhat crazily, "Not only do I want to enter that place, I want to completely occupy that place. I want to lead the Yuan family to glory and make the Green Mountain Empire the 4th-6th rank empire in the ancient demon region." Ha ha ha. In Yuan Mu's mansion, the masked man discovered that Yi Hao and the others were a bit strange in the training ground, so he came to report. In the room, although Yuan Mu was blind, he still held a book in his hand. He gently turned a page and asked, "Is there something strange?" "Yes, I found that there is something wrong with that training ground." "What do you mean?" "Some people or demonic beasts that died in that training ground would turn into a mass of spirit chi and disappear." Yuan Mu put down the book in his hand and asked, "Did you find out where the spirit chi went?" The masked man hesitated, but he still said, "It seems to have been absorbed by a demonic beast." Yuan Mu was stunned and thought of a bad past, but he immediately calmed down and said in a low voice, "Our current focus is on that kid. Don't worry about anything else for now. Do we need to investigate that demonic beast?" "No, we just need to do what we need to do." "Yes." After the masked man left, Yuan Mu picked up the book, but his mind was no longer on the book. He went to the window and whispered, "I hope it's not that demonic beast." In the training ground, a familiar voice sounded. The training is over. Everyone is to leave. Then, a white light flashed in the Qingshan area. After the white light faded, Yi Hao and the others appeared in the center of the field. There were more than 1,000 people who entered, but only a few dozen came back. The intensity of the competition could be imagined. The old man looked at the ranking on the screen and read aloud, "The first round of the training is over. Next, I will announce the top 4 to advance to the second round. First place, Yi Sangao of the 6th rank Spirit Emperor Realm, 186,300 battle tokens. Second place, Yu Sanjiang of the 8th rank Spirit Emperor Realm, 157,621 battle tokens." Yi Hao didn't wait for the old man to finish reading and went straight to the audience. His spirited eyes suddenly dimmed. Chapter 1478. Yi Hao sat silently beside Wu Wenyong, looking dejected. Wu Wenyong patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, San Jiao. You got first place." "Oh," Yi Hao replied emotionlessly. "Don't be unhappy. I'll bring you out for a feast." "Oh, be happy. The second round is in 2 days. You have to prepare well." "Oh." Wu Wenyong sighed helplessly and said, "Bingyi hasn't left yet. She said she'll wait for you on the street selling candied haws. She'll leave the next morning at the latest." "Okay, I got it." Yi Hao did not show the joy that he should have shown. He only responded faintly and then walked into the distance. Wu Wenyong didn't understand. At this moment, Yu Sanjiang came to his side and asked, "Brother Yi, where are you going?" "I don't know." Wu Wenyong shrugged helplessly. When the sun rose, Bingyi looked at the red sun and sighed softly. The swordsman in black came to Bingyi's side and said unhappily, "It's been a night since the competition ended. That kid hasn't come. I don't think he'll come. Princess, let's not wait anymore. Let's go." Bingyi didn't say anything and didn't move. At this time, the masked leader came in front of Bingyi and said respectfully, "Princess, you said that you would come back with us the next morning regardless of whether the person you were waiting for showed up or not. Now that it's time, can we set off?" Bingyi looked at the end of the street and said, "He might be injured. Let's wait a little longer." "Princess." The swordsman in blue and the swordsman in black drew their swords at the same time. The masked leader's neck was filled with killing intent. The masked leader looked at the two without fear and said, "Sirs, the time is up. We should leave." Suddenly, a figure appeared at the end of the street. "He's here." Bingyi looked at the figure and her bright eyes dimmed again. She sighed and said, "Is that so?" "Stop, you can't go in." A masked man in a crimson coat stopped the figure rushing from the end of the street. That figure had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. He shouted, "Go away, let me in. I want to see Bingyi." The leader of the masked men looked at the figure and said with disdain, "Princess, is this the person you've been waiting for? 5th level Spirit Emperor? Are you sure you're not making fun of me?" The blue-clothed sword artist and the black-clothed sword artist withdrew their swords at the same time and looked at Bingyi. Bingyi nodded faintly. The blue-clothed swordsman said in a low voice, "Let him in." However, the masked man in a crimson coat still blocked the door. The swordsman in black coldly looked at the leader of the masked men and said, "Kai Yang, didn't you hear? Tell your men to let him in." Scarlet Flame sneered and said, "Let him in." Only then did the person at the door let Wu Wenyong in. Before Wu Wenyong could say anything, Bingyi asked, "What about him?" Wu Wenyong looked troubled. Bingyi's heart tightened as he asked, "Is he seriously injured?" Wu Wenyong shook his head. "Then he didn't advance." Wu Wenyong still shook his head. "Then he can't come." Wu Wenyong still shook his head. The black-clothed swordsman said angrily, "Can you stop shaking the rattle drum and say something? What happened to that kid?" Sigh. Wu Wenyong sighed helplessly and said, "Yi Sanjiao is missing." "What?" Bingyi was shocked. Then, he sat on the tea chair with blank eyes. The black-clothed swordsman pulled out his sword and was about to go find Yi Hao, but he was stopped by the blue-clothed swordsman. Kai Yang sneered, "I'm afraid that kid didn't dare to come after seeing such a strong lineup." The blue-clothed swordsman asked calmly, "What happened?" Wu Wenyong recalled, "Yesterday, after I told San Jiao what Bingyi told me to tell him, San Jiao left in disappointment. I thought he went back to the inn, but I didn't see him there. Then, I asked the inn owner and the waiter, but they said they didn't see him either. I thought maybe he came to find you, but I looked from afar and didn't see him. Then, I went back to the inn, but he didn't come back after waiting for an entire night. So, the next morning, he came to find Bingyi. This cowardly kid." The black-clothed swordsman angrily chopped off a corner of the tea table. The blue-clothed swordsman looked at Bingyi worriedly. Scarlet Flame said indifferently from the side, "Princess, since the person you're waiting for hasn't come, shouldn't we set off?" Bingyi took a deep breath and said disappointedly, "Let's go." "Bingyi, aren't you going to wait for San Jiao?" "Bingyi." Wu Wenyong wanted to persuade Bingyi, but he was pushed away by Kai Yang. Kai Yang even sent 2 people to hold him down. Wu Wenyong looked at Bingyi's back and felt helpless. Just as Bingyi and the others walked out of the tea shop, a spirit array suddenly flashed under their feet. Kai Yang looked at the complicated spirit patterns under his feet and asked in confusion, "This is a spirit array?" Immediately after, the spirit force lines under Bingyi's feet suddenly lit up. Just as a beam of light was about to shoot up into the sky, Scarlet Flame stepped forward and stomped heavily. The ground suddenly cracked, and the shining lines dimmed. "Transfer spirit array? Who's playing tricks? Hurry up and come out." Crimson Flame roared at the surroundings. Bingyi was overjoyed and looked at the end of the street. There was a familiar figure standing there. After seeing that familiar figure, tears appeared in the corner of Bingyi's eyes. Kai Yang looked at the young figure and said, "It's you? You set up this spirit array?" Yi Hao, who was dragging his My Dao sword, walked closer and closer. He looked at Kai Yang and said coldly, "What a pity. I almost succeeded, but you ruined it. Wen Yong, it's been hard on you to put on such a show with me." Wu Wenyong, who was being held captive by the 2, didn't say anything and just laughed. Then, Yi Hao looked at Bingyi, who had tears in the corner of her eyes, and said softly, "Bingyi, I'm sorry I'm late. However, none of you can take my woman away." Boom. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, he was sent flying. Kai Yang stood where Yi Hao was just standing. He retracted his fist and mocked, "You're just a mere 6th-level spirit emperor. You don't know what's good for you." Bingyi was shocked. Just as she was about to move, she was stopped by the black-clothed and blue-clothed swordsman. Bingyi looked at them pleadingly, but the 2 of them shook their heads coldly. Cough, cough. Yi Hao, who had climbed out of the rubble, smiled sinisterly, "Oh, is that so? Then look at your feet." Hearing this, Kai Yang lowered his head. Suddenly, many vines made of spirit energy drilled out from the ground and bound Kai Yang in the air. Yi Hao laughed loudly and roared, "Six sword, Feng Q." Chapter 1479. Boom. Behind Yi Hao, 6 flaming phoenixes rose. They flapped their wings and flew toward Kai Yang, who was tied up in the air. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the 6th move of the Phoenix Dance of the 9th Heaven. The host is rewarded with a fragment of the Void Mirror. Kai Yang snorted in front of the 6 phoenixes that had the battle strength of an 8th-level Spirit Emperor. He shook his arms and the binding array shattered. Kai Yang landed safely on the ground and punched out. A huge fireball gushed out, easily tearing apart the 6 fire phoenixes that were flapping their wings. Then, without slowing down, it went straight for Yi Hao, who was standing rooted to the ground. Yi Hao held his Wu Dao sword and faced the huge fireball. Then, he shouted, "Where is Zhu Gui?" Hearing this, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Hao. That figure narked an arrow, and then an arrow with purple lightning suddenly broke through the void, heading straight for the defenseless Kai Yang. On the street, Bingyi looked at the tall buildings nearby and said to the blue-robed swordsman, "Uncle Lan, those people, please." The blue-robed swordsman nodded and disappeared in the next second. Not long after, the tall buildings nearby collapsed and there were screams. Kai Yang stood in the same place facing Zhu Gui's arrow. He didn't dodge, but sneered, "You want to hurt me with this little trick? You're overestimating yourself. Before the arrow reached Kai Yang took a step forward and stretched out his hand. The long arrow flashing with purple lightning was broken in half in his hand, and then he casually threw it on the ground. Then, Zhu Gui's pupils shrank and he quickly retreated. Unfortunately, his movements were too slow in Kai Yang's eyes. Kai Yang punched Zhu Gui's back. Zhu Gui's face twisted in pain. His whole body flew out like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. He smashed through many walls. On the other side, Yi Hao, who took Kai Yang's attack with all his strength, knelt on the ground and panted slowly. Kai Yang landed on the eaves and looked at Yi Hao, who was covered in dust. He sneered and reached out to stop the other masked men who were about to step forward. He said loudly, "Leave this person to me. You guys take care of the princess." "Yes." Hearing this, the other masked men returned to Bingyi's side. Scarlet Flame looked at Yi Hao, who wanted to get up several times, but slowly knelt down. Scarlet Flame said, "Boy, I admire your courage, but this is the end. We must take the princess away. You should give up." Yi Hao coughed softly and looked at the fresh blood on the ground. His red eyes turned even redder and his Wu Dao sword glowed with a bright red light. Yi Hao stood up slowly and smiled bitterly. "I asked someone if I could stop her from leaving. That person said yes. I asked what to do and he said that I just had to defeat those people who came to pick her up." Yi Hao dragged the Wu Dao sword and slowly walked towards Kai Yang. He then said, "That's right, if I don't want her to leave, I'll just have to defeat you. But I know that anyone from the chaotic realm has a much higher cultivation than the people from the ancient demon realm. It's easier said than done to defeat you. But I don't want to see you take her away while I do nothing. I can only hide in a corner and cry because I like her." After saying that, Yi Hao's clothes fluttered in the wind, and different lights intertwined beneath Kai Yang's feet. Not far away, the blue-clothed swordsman, who had just returned to Bingyi's side, was startled. He then sighed softly and murmured, "If the person who came wasn't Kai Yang, perhaps you would have succeeded." Bingyi, whose eyes were filled with tears, looked at the figure who was charging forward without a care for his own safety. She smiled and felt a joy that she hadn't felt in a long time. Kai Yang looked at the colorful lights under his feet and had a bad feeling in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't move. At the same time, not far away, 3 long arrows mixed with purple lightning whistled through the air. Kai Yang faced Yi Hao's carefully arranged death situation and roared. He no longer suppressed the spiritual power in his body and released it. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky and purple lightning constantly rolled in the sky. It was as if the heavens were warning Kai Yang, a rude person who shouldn't be here. But Scarlet Flame didn't care at all. He sneered and said, "Very good, I didn't think that you would actually force me to use my true strength. But, the gap between you and me is something you can't even begin to imagine." Buzz. The colorful lights under Kai Yang's feet suddenly stopped jumping and turned into a dazzling golden light. Then, a pillar of spiritual power that surpassed the Spirit Emperor realm shot up from Kai Yang's feet into the sky. At the same time, the purple lightning in the sky turned into a thick pillar of light and shot out. It was aimed at Kai Yang, who was standing on the eaves. 2 equally thick pillars of light, one golden and one purple, sandwiched Kai Yang in the middle and attacked him wantonly. From afar, it looked like a red dot in the middle of the golden and purple pillars of light was struggling slowly, as if it wanted to escape. In Lieshan City, in a small quiet room in the underground auction house, a young voice sounded. "Is that Kai Yang? I didn't expect it. Looks like there's no hope." Under the Green Mountain, a huge shadow of a demon beast suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. The demonic beast opened its mouth and looked above its head. It murmured, "Why are those guys still in the ancient demon realm? Are they trying to kill us all?" Then, the demonic beast shook its huge head and said, "No, they're not coming for me. I don't know who's going to be unlucky again." Then, the demonic beast fell into a deep sleep. Under an unknown mountain 100 miles away from the Green Mountain Imperial City, there was a black coffin. Suddenly, the coffin shook violently. Then, the lid of the coffin fell off by itself. A middle-aged elegant man in a green robe walked out of the coffin. The man looked in the direction of the Green Mountain Imperial City and said calmly, "Someone's coming? That's good. It's time for the ancient demon realm to change." On the streets of the Green Mountain Imperial City, Yi Hao's heart was in his throat. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this moment. Suddenly, Yi Hao's pupils shrank. He was stunned. The red dot in the sky, which was struggling between the two pillars of light, suddenly tore the two pillars of light apart. Only the red pillar of light was left in the sky. Not long after, the red pillar of light also dissipated. The sky became clear again. Yi Hao was stunned. He exclaimed in his heart, What kind of power is this? Even the heavenly lightning can't do anything to it." Kai Yang, who was completely red, slowly landed on the ground. Just then, 3 long arrows mixed with purple lightning flew to Kai Yang's side. Chapter 1480. Unfortunately, the 3 flying arrows only managed to scratch Scarlet Flame's body for a moment before breaking on their own. Kai Yang looked at the broken arrowheads on the ground and sneered, "TSK, even the heavenly lightning can't do anything to me, let alone your purple lightning." Not far away, the black-clothed swordsman said loudly, "I didn't expect this kid to be so interesting." He actually forced Kai Yang to use his true strength, but he also attracted the heavenly lightning. The blue-clothed swordsman frowned and said, "The heavenly lightning of the ancient demon domain is nothing, but with Kai Yang causing such a ruckus, we have to leave immediately." In the middle, Bingyi was silent, cold tears slowly dripping to the ground. Kai Yang looked at the stunned Yi Hao and laughed, "I like to see my opponents in despair. How about it? I already said that the gap between you and me is something you don't even dare to imagine. The heavenly lightning of the ancient demon domain is nothing. When you see me, you still have to take a detour." Yi Hao looked at the clear sky and felt that it was completely hopeless, but he was unwilling to give up. Kai Yang sneered and took a step forward, directly grabbing Yi Hao's head, as if he was going to crush it with his claw. "Uncle Lan!" Bingyi exclaimed. The blue-clothed swordsman pulled out his sword, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Yi Hao swung his sword and roared, "Little Marquis of Wen, where is Lu Fang?" Suddenly, a pitch-black halberd fell from the sky, smashing directly in front of Yi Hao, blocking Kai Yang's attack. Yi Hao's lips curled up, and he said loudly, "Come out, 8-armed Neza, Xiong Chong." Immediately after, the wall beside Kai Yang suddenly shattered, and a burly man holding a javelin in his right hand, a shield in his left, and 24 throwing knives on his back rushed out. The hard shield directly smashed into Kai Yang's body, and Kai Yang flew out, crashing into the wall beside him. Seeing this, the blue-clothed swordsman put down the sword at his waist and said, "This kid is getting more and more interesting." Before Kai Yang could climb out of the pile of rubble, a headless demonic beast that looked like a yellow sack and was as red as core fire, with 6 legs and 2 wings, descended from the sky and smashed into the pile of rubble with a loud bang. Amidst the rubble, Scarlet Flame angrily punched the demonic beast and sent it flying. At the same time, a voice came from behind Yi Hao, "Purple Beard Count, Huangfu Duan is here. Don't hurt my master." Just as Red Flame got up, a purple and a black demonic beast phantoms flashed out beside him, attacking him from both sides. Scarlet Flame sneered, his body somersaulting in the air, using only 2 legs to resolve the attacks of the 2 demonic beasts. Yi Hao looked coldly at the relaxed Kai Yang. Behind him stood 4 figures. They were the 9th-level Spirit Emperor Little Marquis of Wen Lu Fang, the 9th-level Spirit Emperor 8-armed Neza Xiong Chong, the 8th-level Spirit Emperor Handy Hulu Zhu Gui, and the 8th-level Spirit Emperor Purple Beard Count Huangfu Duan. "Xiao Di, this person is not easy to deal with," Xiong Chong said as he held his shield tightly. Huangfu Duan called Dejiang Sacred Beast, Purple Beard Blue Eyes Beast, and Prisoner Bullfighting Beast to his side and said, "That's right. My 3 demonic beasts are all 9th-level Spirit Emperors. Even so, they couldn't hurt him at all. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is." Zhu Gui said with a gloomy face, "Yes, my whistling arrow is useless against him." Lu Fang waved the sky pisser in his hand and said, "What are you afraid of? Let's go together. I don't believe we can't beat him." At the back of the alley, Wu Wenyong, who was kneeling on the ground, looked uncertain. Standing atop the pile of rubble, Kai Yang put away his playful smile and said coldly, I admit, your series of plans and spirit arrays are very good, but in the face of absolute strength, everything you do is futile. Yi Hao's face was cold, and he was secretly gathering power. I've just exposed my aura and attracted the heavenly lightning. I've caused quite a ruckus. It is indeed time for me to leave. So, I'll let this farce end. Yi Hao roared and the 5 people and 3 demonic beasts rushed forward. Scarlet Flame sneered and his whole body glowed red. After 10 breaths, the 4 people and 3 demonic beasts were lying on the ground. Yi Hao, whose forehead was bleeding, was lifted into the air by Scarlet Flame. Bing Yi was shocked and wanted to rush forward, but she was stopped by the blue-clothed swordsman. The blue-clothed swordsman said to Bing Yi, Don't worry, Scarlet Flame won't kill him. Hearing this, Bing Yi finally calmed down, but the worry on his face was still evident. Scarlet Flame looked at the seriously injured Yi Hao and sneered, I won't kill you this time because of the princess, but I'm not sure about the next time. Scarlet Flame suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, Oh, right, if nothing unexpected happens, there shouldn't be a next time. The princess isn't someone trash like you can get close to. Pay attention to your status. Also, the princess will never be your woman in this lifetime. Why don't you look in the mirror? Yi Hao ignored Scarlet Flame's trash talk and turned his head with difficulty to look at Bing Yi, who was crying. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a bitter smile. Bing Yi's heart was filled with grief. She turned around and couldn't bear to look anymore. At the same time, she growled, Scarlet Flame, that's enough. I'll go back with you. Hearing this, Scarlet Flame grinned and replied, Yes. Then, he threw Yi Hao into the air like he was throwing trash. When Yi Hao was about to land, Scarlet Flame kicked Yi Hao's abdomen heavily. Yi Hao fell at the end of the street and couldn't get up anymore. After doing all this, Scarlet Flame clapped his hands and followed behind Bing Yi. The group slowly walked into the distance. One person stood at the end of the street, crying. One person lay at the end of the street, roaring. Bing Yi, wait for me. I will definitely go to the Chaos Realm. Wait for me. I will find you. The next time we meet, I want to marry you. I won't let anyone break us up again. Bing Yi cried silently. The group walked further and further away, gradually disappearing at the end of the street. The sky slowly turned gloomy again. It started to drizzle, and then it turned into a downpour. Wu Wenyong, Lu Fang, and the others brought Yi Hao back to the inn. At night, Yi Hao, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up. He wanted to get up, but he felt a burning sensation all over his body. This made him give up the idea of getting up. Suddenly, the lamp in the room flickered. Then, a blue figure appeared in front of the bed. Yi Hao looked at the familiar figure and asked, Why are you here? The blue-clothed swordsman sat beside the bed and said, The princess is worried about you, so she asked me to come and take a look. I'm fine now. Is that so? The blue-clothed swordsman chuckled. He reached out his hand and slowly approached Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at the blue-clothed swordsman's calloused hand and said in a panic, What are you doing? I don't have this kind of hobby. If you come closer, I'll scream. The blue-clothed swordsman smiled but didn't say anything. He still reached out his hand gently. Yi Hao's scalp went numb. He wanted to scream for help. Chapter 1481. Before Yi Hao could say anything, the blue-clothed swordsman took back his hand. What was different was that there was a Buddha-shaped jade stone in his hand. The blue-clothed swordsman looked at the jade stone and frowned. Where did this jade stone come from? Yi Hao was confused. You know this jade stone? When I was on the street, I felt that there was something wrong with the jade stone you were wearing. This is not an ordinary jade stone. There is a seed Gu heart stone in it. If you wear it for a long time, you will completely lose your will. Yi Hao thought to himself, it is just as the system said. Yi Hao knew, but he pretended to be surprised. It is so serious. How do you break it? The blue-clothed swordsman chuckled. There are not many people in the ancient demon region who can break this thing. But I am not from the ancient demon region. This thing is simple. The blue-clothed swordsman clenched his hand. Then, a cloud of black smoke appeared above the jade stone. Then, the blue-clothed swordsman put the jade stone on Yi Hao's bed and said, "Okay, I have taken care of the seed Gu heartstone. Everything is fine now." Yi Hao was curious. "How did you do it?" The blue-clothed swordsman took out a black pill and said, "This is the Gu heart pill. It is used to break the Gu heartstone. I have a friend who also wears this kind of Gu heartstone. Can you give me some?" "Sure." The blue-clothed swordsman took out a medicine bottle and put it on Yi Hao's bed. "There are many Gu heartstones in here. It is enough for you. But you have not answered my question. Where did you get this?" "Yuan Shu gave it to me." "The Yuan family?" The blue-clothed swordsman muttered to himself. Then, the blue-clothed swordsman was about to leave. He seemed to have thought of something. He took out a piece of paper and turned to Yi Hao. "Oh, right. If you really come to the chaotic realm in the future, you can find me here." The paper slowly fell on Yi Hao's bed. Yi Hao was confused. "Why are you helping me?" The blue-clothed swordsman smiled brightly and said, "Because you look like an old friend of mine." Then, the flame of the lamp flickered, and the blue-clothed swordsman disappeared. Yi Hao got up with difficulty and looked at the note. His face turned gloomy. Green Fallen Peak, Immortal Cloud Pavilion. Yuan Shu sat in the secret chamber and waited quietly. Suddenly, a figure walked in and stood silently behind Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu played with the jade Buddha stone in his hand and asked, "In the battle during the day, my men were all killed. I didn't see the details. You were there at the time. Tell me, what happened?" The figure was silent for a while before he told the whole story. However, what he said was somewhat inconsistent with the truth. Yuan Shu stood up and came to his side, asking, "You said that he is good at spiritual arrays and has 2 guards at the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. Is that true?" "Of course it's true." Yuan Shu chuckled. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Wu Wanyong's neck. "You better not lie to me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Although Wu Wenyong, who was being held by the neck, had difficulty breathing, he still insisted, "I'm telling the truth." Yuan Shu chuckled and threw Wu Wenyong to the ground. "I know. You can leave now." Wu Wenyong was silent. He got up and left the secret chamber. After Wu Wenyong left, Yingyi came in. He stood beside Yuan Shu and said respectfully, "Everything is ready. We just have to wait for the Heavenly Street Convention to end." "Very good." Yuan Shu picked up the wine jug on the table and poured himself a cup. He asked, "Is there any news from the palace and the Qing family?" "No. Everything is normal." "What about that monster? How is his strength recovering?" "This." Yingyi hesitated. "What's wrong?" Yuan Shu shouted. Yingyi hurriedly said, "I don't know why, but it's different from what we expected. It's almost there. Then get someone to fill this small hole. Our men can't get away now, ha ha ha." Yuan Shu laughed loudly and said, "Who said anything about getting our men? Get Yuan Mu's men." Hearing this, Yingyi silently retreated. Yuan Shu's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Wu Wenyong came out of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion in a daze. After he returned to the inn and drank a few pots of strong wine, he staggered back to his room. When he opened the door, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the tea chair in the room. His eyes were stunned, and the wine pot in his hand fell to the ground. The next day, Yu Sanjiang of the Yu clan came directly to the inn where Yi Hao was staying. Then he took Yi Hao and Wu Wenyong to the most famous inn in the Qingshan district. He said he wanted to treat them to a meal to celebrate their advancement. The two of them had nothing to do, so they went together. Fenglai Inn, in a private room on the 2nd floor. Yu Sanjiang ordered a table full of dishes. The 3 of them chatted and laughed. Suddenly, Yu Sanjiang said that he forgot to bring the gifts he prepared for Yi Hao and Wu Wenyong. He wanted to go back to the residence with Wu Wenyong to get the gifts. Wu Wenyong didn't think much of it and left with Yu Sanjiang. Yi Hao sat alone in the private room and drank wine. After about an hour, he suddenly said, "You've been here for half a day. Aren't you hungry? Why don't you come out and eat?" As soon as he finished speaking, The innermost wall of the private room suddenly moved and a middle-aged man walked out. Yi Hao looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Patriarch Yu, it really is you." After Yu Ingwan sat down, he asked, "How did you know there was someone here?" Yi Hao smiled and said, "Maybe Sanjiang's acting is a bit clumsy, or maybe the reason he sent Wenyong away is a bit clumsy." Yu Ingwan drank a cup of wine and didn't refute. Yi Hao put down his cup and asked, "Patriarch Yu, I like to be straightforward. Tell me, why are you looking for me?" "It's nothing. Sanjiang's promotion is all thanks to you, so I've set up a banquet to thank you." Yi Hao sneered and said, "Thank me? Patriarch Yu, I'm not a fool. If you really want to thank me, why don't you invite me to a banquet openly? Why use Sanjiang as a cover? Continue. You've gone through so much trouble. It means that you don't want Yuan Shu to know. So I think there's no need for this banquet." Yi Hao paused and then said, "However, if this is your attitude, then forgive me for not keeping you company." Just as Yi Hao was about to leave, a figure in golden armor suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Hao asked, "Patriarch Yu, what is the meaning of this?" "Haha, Yi Hao, you're really smart." Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind the flipped wall. Then, a woman walked out. Yu Ingwan stood up and spread out his hands, saying, "Actually, it's someone else who wants to see you." Chapter 1482. Yi Hao sat in his seat. Beside him was a young man in golden armor. Opposite him was a woman in plain clothes. Although she didn't have anything luxurious on her, her noble temperament couldn't be concealed. Yu Ingwan sat beside the woman. He seemed to be very respectful to her. Yi Hao tapped his finger on the table. He looked at the young woman and asked, "What is it? Aren't you curious who I am?" The young woman looked at him in confusion. "I don't care who you are. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to prepare for the Sky Street convention." The woman was stunned. Then she said, "Interesting. I am the daughter of the Green Mountain Emperor, Ling Junyun. I am also the princess of the Green Mountain Empire." "Oh, and?" Yi Hao was a bit surprised, but he didn't show it. On the other hand, the woman was a bit surprised. She asked, "You're not surprised?" Afterward, the woman felt relieved and said to herself, "That's true. My father is still unconscious, and the Ling family is declining day by day. The Yuan family and the Qing family have long since taken control of the court. Your current behavior is quite normal." Yi Hao couldn't bear to see the woman feeling sorry for herself. He changed the topic. "Yu Ingwan, you're good. On the surface, you're on the side of young Master Shu, but in reality, you're on the side of the princess. I'm going to expose you to young Master Shu." Yu Ingwan snorted and asked, "Expose me? Is the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire really Yuan Shu's dog?" Yi Hao smiled but didn't say anything. He went back to the topic. "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here?" Ling Junyun looked serious and said, "That Wu Wenyong beside you was planted by Yuan Shu. You have to be careful of him. Is it because of this? Seems like you already knew." Ling Junyun was getting more and more curious about Yi Hao. She also started to size up this ordinary-looking emperor who dared to take risks alone. Yi Hao smiled, "Since you can find clues, why can't I? If it's because of this, then there's no need." Ling Junyun looked at Yi Hao's back and said in a deep voice, "Wait, I called you here to discuss a collaboration." "Oh, cooperation?" Yi Hao was interested. He sat down and said, "How?" At this moment, little Jiao, who was beside Yi Hao, suddenly moved. His figure disappeared from the room, but it didn't take long for him to return. What was different was that there were two bloody heads in his hands. Yi Hao glanced at him and said, "Your bodyguard is not simple." Ling Juanyun's expression was somewhat grim as she said, "It's someone from the Immortal Cloud Pavilion's secret department. Could it be that I've been followed?" Xiao Jiao, whose expression had been very calm, said, "That's impossible. I've been investigating along the way. I've definitely not been discovered. Don't be so suspicious. These people from the Dark Department are definitely targeting me. Yuan Shu doesn't trust me as much as you think." Yi Hao's expression gradually turned cold. But the people of the Dark Department died for no reason. Yuan Shu will definitely be suspicious. Yu Yingwan was a little worried. Don't worry. Leave this small matter to me. You continue to talk. How do we cooperate? 1 hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Sanjiang and Wu Wenyong also came back with gifts. Yi Hao was still the only one in the private room. Wu Wenyong, who didn't find anything unusual, was also relieved. The three of them began to drink and exchange drinks. During this time, Yi Hao took Yu Sanjiang's jade Buddha stone and used the black pill given by the blue-clothed swordsman to solve the problem of the Heart Jiyu Heartstone in the jade Buddha stone. Then, time passed slowly amidst the three of them chatting and laughing. The second round of the competition of the Heavenly Street Meeting had arrived. The 24 participants who had successfully advanced to the next round in the 6 venues were transported to the largest peak of Green Mountain by the teleportation formation in their respective areas. It was also the largest area, the Green Mountain District. The 24 participants were led by the royal bodyguards to the resting area for the participants. Next to the resting area for the participants, there were 9 different high platforms. In the center of the high platforms, there was a fighting ring. Among the 7 high platforms, there was a thin woman sitting on the golden high platform that symbolized the royal family. Behind the woman sat a scholarly middle-aged man. Around them were some guards wearing golden armor. On the left side of the golden high platform, there were 3 high platforms, from big to small. On the largest high platform sat the 2 brothers of the Yuan family, the current pavilion master of the Fairy Cloud Pavilion, Yuan Shu, and the blind Yuan Mu. On the other 2 high platforms sat the people of the Yu family and the Han family. Opposite them were the 3 major clans led by the Qing family. The other 2 high platforms were for the important figures sent by the Raging Flame Empire and the Full Moon Empire to supervise the competition. There were no spectators for the second and third rounds of the Heavenly Street Meeting, but every match would be broadcasted. Not only could the people of the Empire watch, but the entire ancient demon region could also watch. Ling Junyun saw that everyone had arrived and it was about time, so she waved her hand at Yuchi Wei behind her. Yuchi Wei accepted the order and came to the center of the stage. He said loudly, "First of all, welcome everyone to this year's Heavenly Street Meeting. Let us congratulate the 24 participants who have made it to the second round. Congratulations." On the stage, Yuchi Wei said some words to give face. Below the stage, Yu Sanjiang chatted with Yi Hao. Yu Sanjiang looked at the impassioned Yuchi Wei and said, "This person is the princess's trusted aide and the only person the princess can use." At this moment, Yu Sanjiang already knew that his father was working with Princess Ling and Yi Hao, so he didn't hide anything from Yi Hao. Yi Hao knew that the Yu family was a hidden chess piece and couldn't be used. He also knew that the Ling family was in great danger, but this kind of danger was beyond his expectations. He said, "Is that so? Is the Ling family in such a miserable state?" "That's right." When Yu Sanjiang was about to say a few more words, Yuchi Wei on the stage quickly finished his words and began to reveal the rewards for this year's Heavenly Street Meeting. The Emperor attaches great importance to this Heavenly Street Meeting. Therefore, as long as you can obtain first place, you will be allowed to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony that will be held soon. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Ancestral worship ceremony? Only the 7 great families could participate, and every time, only the direct descendants of the 7 great families could participate. As everyone knew, the Qingshan Empire had 7 spirit veins under the mountain. The so-called ancestral worship ceremony was only on the surface. Absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth in the depths of the mountain range was the most important. This reward was undoubtedly an opportunity that only the direct descendants of the 7 great families could enter. How could everyone not be envious? Also, the person who obtains first place this time can become the prince consort of my Qingshan Empire and marry our Princess Ling. Hua. The news just now was enough to make people go crazy. They didn't expect this news to be even crazier. Chapter 1483. Everyone looked at Ling Junyun, who was sitting on the high platform. Ling Junyun smiled at everyone's gazes, as if she had accepted this. As long as she could win the Heavenly Street Convention, she could become the emperor's son-in-law of the Qing Shan Empire. After receiving confirmation, everyone's gazes became even more fervent. The atmosphere was very high. Bang! On the high platform, Yu Wenshu's expression was a bit ugly. He crushed the wine cup in his hand and snorted, "I didn't think that Ling Junyun would be so willing to spend so much. Not only did she allow us to enter the ancestral worship grounds, she even dares to openly recruit us. I have underestimated her." Not only did Yu Wenshu not expect this, even the leaders of the other clans did not expect this. On the high platform of the Qing clan, a young man in white picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He said to the guard beside him, "Pass down the order, tell our people to get first place." Yes. This young man was the current head of the Qing clan, Qing Yunji. He slowly turned the wine cup in his hand and murmured, "Since you have delivered yourself to my door, how could my Qing clan not accept you?" Below the platform, Yu Sanjiang was a bit shocked. After a while, he came back to his senses and said to Yi Hao, "I didn't think that Princess Ling would be willing to spend so much this time." Yi Hao was not surprised at this, as if he already knew this. He said lightly, "Now that the Ling clan is in decline and the heir is only a weak woman, there is no other way other than to use this method to recruit people. Even so, I'm afraid that Princess Ling will overreach herself." "Oh, why do you say that?" Yu Sanjiang looked at the people around him and said quietly, "Brother Yi, you don't know, but there are two people who are the strongest in the Heavenly Street Convention. One is Yu Wenli, and the other is Qing Jiaozhon. They are both in the 9th level of the Spirit Emperor realm and are the favorites to win this convention." Yu Wen, Qing. Yi Hao thought about their names and said, "You are afraid that the Yuan clan and the Qing clan will take the first place? Princess Ling's actions are not wise." "Yes." Yi Hao looked at Yu Sanjiang and said with a smile, "Sanjiang, have you forgotten? Yu Wenshu said that he would help me win. I'm just afraid that Yu Wenshu won't trust you and won't sincerely help you." The corners of Yi Hao's mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "It's all right. The competition hasn't started yet. It's still unknown who will be the winner." On the stage, Yu Chiwei cleared his throat and said, "The two prizes that were just announced are the prizes for the champion of the Heavenly Street Convention. Now, I will announce the prizes for the second and third place." The audience below the stage didn't care about the rewards for the second and third place. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the champion's position. Some were following orders from their families, some were fighting for their own future, and some were truly in love with Ling Junyun and wanted to marry her. No matter what purpose these people had, their goal was the same. However, only one person could stand in that position, so the competition was very fierce. Now, the second round of the competition has officially begun. Contestants, please come up and draw lots. Contestants, according to the rules, will be divided into 12 groups. The winner will fight in pairs and the winner will advance. All contestants, there is a number on your lot. Those with the same number will be in a group. Now, let's start drawing lots. Yi Hao followed the crowd and received his lot. He opened it and saw that it was 1. At this time, Yu Sanjiang ran over and asked, "Brother Yi, which group are you in?" 1. "And you?" Yi Hao handed the lot in his hand to Yu Sanjiang and asked, "I'm 2. Fortunately, we're not in the same group." "Yes." Yu Chiwei on the stage had already received the group list. He said in a clear voice, "The first group, Green Jade District's Yi Sanjiao against Green Sky District's Lin Tianyi. The second group, Green Jade District's Yu Sanjiang against Green Falling District's Wu Feng. The third group, Green Falling District's Yu Wenli against Green Sound District's Yi Yishang. Next, let's invite the first 4 groups onto the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, there were already 8 people standing on the 4 stages. Yu Chiwei returned to the golden stage and said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Street Convention, friends through martial arts. I announce that the competition has officially begun." Ding! As soon as the sound of metal rang out, the third and fourth stages exploded with the sound of spiritual energy colliding. The second stage also surged with spiritual energy. Only the first stage remained silent. Yi Hao looked at the young man opposite him and made a gesture of invitation. However, his opponent didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move. Lin Tianyi crossed his arms and looked at Yi Hao, asking, "You're the one called Yi Sanjiao? You know me?" Lin Tianyi sneered and said, "I can understand why Lin Chou and the other trash died at your hands. You're a 6th-level Spirit Emperor after all. However, Lin Tianyi is an 8th-level Spirit Emperor. I'm very curious as to how he died at your hands." Yi Hao's expression froze and he said in a deep voice, "You're from the Lin family of Full Moon Kingdom?" "That's right, I'm from the Lin family of Full Moon Kingdom." "You're really haunting me," Yi Hao said in a low voice and slowly pulled out his scarlet Wu Dao sword. Not far away, Yuan Shu stared at Yi Hao's sword and sneered. Behind him, Yuan Mu seemed to feel something. Although his eyes were covered by a white cloth, he still looked at Yi Hao and softly asked, "Mu Dao, who is fighting in the first stage?" Mu Dao knew that her master couldn't see, so she acted as his eyes and took the initiative to explain the identities of the people on the stage and the process of the battle. On the golden stage not far from them, Ling Junyu nervously stared at Yi Hao. After all, in her plan, Yi Hao's victory was very important. He definitely couldn't lose the first battle. Lin Tianyi laughed and put his hands on his belt. He said, "Don't worry, after today, the one who won't leave will be you, Yi Sanjiao." He clenched his fists and 2 slender swords appeared in his hands. His body exploded and he rushed towards Yi Hao like a dragon emerging from the sea. Yi Hao did not dodge. He held the Wu Dao sword tightly with both hands. 6 fiery phoenixes that were bathed in flames floated up behind him. He pointed the tip of the sword and charged forward. "Heh, insignificant skill," Lin Tianyi chuckled. He didn't put Yi Hao's move in his eyes. After all, he was an 8th-level Spirit Emperor while Yi Hao was a 6th-level Spirit Emperor. He was 2 levels higher than Yi Hao. Even if he closed his eyes, he could win, let alone now that he was going all out. As for Lin Lin's death, he always felt that Yi Hao had someone helping him. Otherwise, how could Yi Hao have killed Lin Lin with his strength? There were geniuses in the ancient demon realm who could kill people above their level, but he didn't think it was possible for them to appear here. It was even more impossible for it to be this unprepossessing young man. Lin Tianyi didn't slow down. His 2 swords crossed and an ice dragon slowly opened its eyes behind him. He laughed, "You have a fiery phoenix and I have an ice dragon. Today, I'll send you to the afterlife." Chapter 1484. In the air, 6 fire phoenixes and ice dragons intertwined and roared. On the high platform, Qing Yunji asked the Huangfu family head Huangfu Yunji, "Huangfu family head, who do you think will win this battle on the first platform?" Huangfu Yunji raised his wine cup and said, "Lin Tianyi's cultivation is high. I think he'll win." "Haha, I don't think so." Yi Sangao was ranked first in the Green Jade district. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Qing Yunji looked up and saw that it was Elder Lin from the Full Moon Empire. He smiled and said, "Elder Lin, are you dissatisfied with what I just said?" "I wouldn't dare." Elder Lin said stiffly, "I just think that the Full Moon Empire is a 5th-rank empire and the Full Moon Empire's Lin clan is the largest clan in the empire. It's easy for us to deal with a country bumpkin from a 4th-rank empire." Not far away, a middle-aged man raised his wine glass and said to Elder Lin, "Lord Lin, you've misunderstood. Our Yunji means that Yi Sangao must have some real skills to be able to advance as the number 1 in the Qingyu district. The people from your country should be careful." Elder Lin raised his cup and said, "Family head Hao's words are reasonable. However, the Green Mountain district has already declined. So what if he's ranked first? He's not even fit to carry Lin Tianyi's shoes." Elder Lin is right. Qing Yunji, Huangfu Yunji, and Hao Gui raised their cups and said. However, they were sneering in their hearts. Yuan Shu said to Yu Ingwan with interest, "Yu Ingwan, the Full Moon Empire isn't giving you face. Why don't you guess who will win?" Elder Lin and Qing Yunji's conversation was heard by Yu Ingwan. Yu Ingwan wasn't angry. He said in a voice that everyone could hear, "I don't know about others, but the Full Moon Empire's Lin clan has lost a lot to Yi Sangao. So, I think Yi Sangao will win." "Ha ha ha, Yuan Shu laughed loudly and looked at Han Shi, the head of the Han family of the Green Sound Peak. What do you think, head of the Han family? Han Shi raised his cup and laughed heartily. Brother Yu's words are reasonable. I think it's Yi San Gao. At this moment, the envoy from the Fire Empire, Lai Xin, said to Yuan Shu, family leader Yuan, you know that the Lin family from the Full Moon Empire are all arrogant. Why are you fighting over this? Come, let's drink. Okay, let's drink. Old Lin didn't say anything when he heard that. He continued to drink with Qing Yunji and the others. The 6 great clans and the envoys of the 2 empires were divided into 2 factions. They kept toasting each other, and at the same time, they were trying to get closer to each other. On the contrary, the princess of the Ling family, who was sitting high up on the stage, seemed to have been forgotten. No one asked about the wine, and no one greeted her. Fortunately, Ling Junyun was already used to such a scene. She watched the battle on the stage seriously. On the other hand, Yu Chi Wei, who was standing behind Ling Junyun, felt indignant for Princess Ling. Unfortunately, he could only hide it in his heart and didn't dare to express it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. In the arena, Lin Tianye's pupils shrank as he frantically retreated. Out of the 6 fire phoenixes in the air, only 4 of them had been destroyed by Lin Tianye's ice dragon. The remaining 2 charged straight at Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi stood still. The swords in his hands merged into a giant greatsword. The fire phoenixes charged forward, and Lin Tianyi stabbed the greatsword into the ground. Boom! Suddenly, 4 high walls rose from the ground. When the high walls passed over the fire phoenix, the 4 high walls merged together to form a hemispherical shape, firmly trapping the fire phoenix within. Lin Tianyi was very proud. He pulled out his great sword, and the hemisphere shrank until it was the size of a basketball. The first exchange between the 2 had ended. Lin Tianyi dragged his great sword and prepared to charge at Yi Hao. However, he realized that Yi Hao had suddenly disappeared. He couldn't find Yi Hao anywhere. Is it a spirit array? Old Lin, who was sitting high up on the stage, immediately saw through it. He was about to remind Lin Tianyi. Not far away, Yuan Shu smiled and said, Old Lin, come, let me toast you. The Sky Street Convention has its rules. Old Lin, don't break them. Of course. Old Lin forced a smile and slowly drank the wine in his cup. Lin Tianyi still didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind him. A fiery red sword light came at him. Lin Tianyi turned around to receive it. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared again. On the other side, the battles in the 3rd and 4th arenas had already ended. The 2nd arena was also nearing its end. Lin Tianyi became more and more anxious. The 1st arena clearly had the highest chance of winning, but he hadn't been able to obtain victory. If word got out, he, Lin Tianyi, would become a laughingstock. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of spirit power in the center of the arena. Lin Tianye's heart skipped a beat. He immediately rushed over and raised his great sword. Heh, so it's a spirit array. Watch me destroy your spirit array and force you to show yourself. Buzz. As soon as Lin Tianyi arrived at the center of the arena, he had a bad premonition. Before he could make a move, Yi Hao had already appeared behind him. His hands quickly formed a seal, and at the same time, he inserted a spirit stone into the ground. Chimph, you've been tricked. Spirit array, spirit binding, hualala. Many vines formed from spirit energy emerged from the ground and bound Lin Tianyi in the air. The great sword in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Tianyi, who was bound, wasn't willing to be captured without a fight. He slowly struggled, but the more he struggled, the tighter the vines became. Gradually, Lin Tianyi was tied up like a dumpling. Yi Hao looked at the spirit array he had carefully arranged, and the corners of his mouth rose. From the beginning, he had planned to use a spirit array to control the situation, then slowly deal with Lin Tianyi. When the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Dragon had started fighting, he had already been observing the terrain. This battle was far less intense than Kai Yang's battle, so he had only arranged 2 spirit arrays. One was a concealment spirit array to hide his figure, and the other was a spirit-binding spirit array to bind the enemy. As for the opening in the center of the arena, he had purposely exposed it to bait Lin Tianai. As for where he had learned so many spirit arrays, it was all thanks to the hard work he had put in during the past 2 months. Yi Hao had completed many side quests, and the system had rewarded him with a few spirit array diagrams and a few chances to summon a martial general. Yi Hao had nothing to do, so he had carved the inscriptions of a spirit array onto a spirit stone. As long as he placed the inscriptions in the right place during a battle, he would be able to quickly form a complete spirit array. This greatly reduced the time it took to arrange the spirit array. The few chances to summon a martial general had been used up during the fierce battle 2 days ago. He had originally wanted to keep Bingyi, but unfortunately, he had failed. Yi Hao collected his thoughts and slowly walked towards the center of the spirit array. Chapter 1485. Yi Hao looked at Lin Tianyi, who was tied up like a dumpling, and said, "Stop struggling. This is an advanced Spirit Emperor level formation. Unless you're a 9th level Spirit Emperor, you won't be able to break it." Woo woo. Although Lin Tianyi couldn't break free, he was still unwilling to give up. He kept wriggling and growling. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too careless. Yi Hao held his sword with both hands and said softly, "My Dao sword, 24 slashes, bang." Yi Hao kicked Lin Tianai, who had been wrapped up like a dumpling, into the air. Then, with a slight push of his feet, he charged into the air as well. He raised the My Dao sword in his hand and wildly attacked Lin Tianai. In 3 breaths of time, 24 red sword lights flashed in the sky. After 3 breaths of time, Lin Tianyi groaned and fell outside the stage, unconscious. After 3 breaths of time, Yi Hao safely landed on the ground. At the same time, the battle in the second stage also ended. Yu Sanjiang stood on the stage, gasping for breath. Now, the first round of the competition was over. On the stage, Ling Juanyun's tightly clenched fist slowly loosened. Yu Wenshu had a sinister smile, Yu Ingwan had a calm expression, and Elder Lin crushed the wine cup in his hand. Qing Yunji looked deeply at Yi Hao and laughed loudly. Soon, the remaining 5 rounds of the competition were over. Only 12 people were left. However, the second round of the competition wasn't over yet. They still had to fight one-on-one to determine the final 6 people to enter the third round. After 2 hours, the 12 contestants went up to draw lots. This time, Yi Hao's opponent was an 8th level Spirit Emperor cultivator from the Raging Flame Empire. Yu Sanjiang's opponent was one of the most popular contenders for the championship, Qing Gaozhan. Yu Sanjiang's match was first, so Yi Hao sat below the stage to watch. Qing Gaozhan wasn't old, the same age as Yu Sanjiang, but his cultivation was at the 9th level Spirit Emperor level, far surpassing his peers. On the stage, Yu Sanjiang made an inviting gesture to Qing Gaozhan. However, Qing Gaozhan was indifferent. He yawned lazily and said, "I don't think there's a need to fight anymore." Yu Sanjiang was puzzled. "Why?" Qing Gaozhan laughed loudly and said, "Because you people from the Qingyu district are all trash. Although you are from the Yu family, you are still trash. Do you think you can beat me?" Yu Sanjiang's expression turned slightly angry as he said, "Whether or not we can beat them, we'll only know after we fight." After saying this, Yu Sanjiang drew his 3-foot-long sword and rushed towards Qing Gao. On the high platform, Yu Wenshu looked at the jade Buddha stone on Yu Sanjiang's waist and smiled sinisterly. Then, he said to Yu Ingwan, "Yu family head, although young Master Yu is strong, if he encounters the Qing family's Qing Gao battle, I'm afraid he will lose. It's better to be careful." Yu Ingwan clenched his fists and stared at the battle. He said, "Thank you for your concern, Yu family head. My son's skills are not good, so it's good that he loses. It's not a bad thing to see the world." Not far away, Qing Yunji looked at the battle and muttered to himself, "Since he met the trash of the Yu family, then there's no need to show mercy. Treat him well." As soon as he said this, Qing Gaozhan, who had been dodging on the stage, suddenly stopped and punched out at Yu Sanjiang's long sword. Long sword against fist. Yu Sanjiang was not a match. He retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing himself. He took a deep breath and said angrily, Qing Gaozhan, are you looking down on me? Bring out your true strength and have a fair fight with me. You need me to bring out my true strength to beat a trash? You think too highly of yourself. Qing Gaozhan sneered. He was still barehanded. Yu Sanjiang roared and waved his long sword in the air. Gradually, an ink painting unfolded in the air. Qing Gaozhan laughed loudly and said, I've long heard that the Yu family's ink swordsmanship is famous. Let me see it today. After saying this, he jumped in without waiting for Yu Sanjiang to fully unfold the ink painting. Hiss, this Qing Gaozhan doesn't put Yu Sanjiang in his eyes. The ink painting hasn't even taken shape yet and he jumped in. Isn't he too bold? You have to know that the ink painting is equivalent to a small world. Going in like this is equivalent to entering Yu Sanjiang's home ground. It's not a good choice. Below the stage, the crowd whispered. It was clear that they had some understanding of the Yu family's ink swordsmanship. However, the crowd was more surprised by Qing Gaozhan's arrogance or Yu Sanjiang's weakness. Yi Hao silently stood below the stage and stared at the stage. His right hand rested on his interspatial ring. His body was tense and the spirit energy in his body surged. On the stage, Yu Sanjiang clearly didn't expect Qing Gaozhan to directly jump in. Although it saved him a lot of effort, it still made him furious. He couldn't help but speed up his ink painting. Qing Gaozhan, you asked for this. Ha ha ha, trash of the Yu family, your spirit energy is really weak. It's been so long, but you still haven't finished your ink painting? Facing Qing Gaozhan's ridicule, Yu Sanjiang's face turned red and he sped up his swordsmanship. On the stage, Yu Yinghuan looked at Qing Yunji's sinister smile and his heart tightened. He secretly said, not good. At this moment, Qing Gaozhan, who was in the ink painting, mocked again. Still not done. Since that's the case, I'll first experience the power of this ink painting sword. Before he finished speaking, Yu Sanjiang had already quietly put away his sword. The ink painting was completely unfolded. Everyone looked over and saw that in the middle of the ink painting, there was a small black dot that slowly stopped moving. Then, it turned into a drop of ink. Yu Sanjiang sneered. With a wave of his right hand, the entire ink painting rolled up and came to Yu Sanjiang's hand. Good. The Yu family's ink painting swordsmanship is indeed worthy of its reputation. It directly trapped Qing Gaozhan inside. Powerful, powerful. Even a 9th-level Spirit Emperor can't do anything to it. This ink painting swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. The crowd below the stage clapped and cheered. Yu Sanjiang's face was also filled with pride. However, Yi Hao's tense body didn't relax because of this. Instead, he slowly pulled out his sword. On the high stage, Yu Yinghuan couldn't hold it in anymore and directly roared, Sanjiang, let go of the painting. Suddenly, on the stage, Yu Sanjiang's face changed. He hurriedly let go of the painting in his hand. Before he could throw the painting far away, he could faintly see waves of spirit energy coming from the painting. Then, it directly exploded on the stage. After that, a black figure flew out from the smoke. Before the black figure could land on the ground, it was thrown high up into the air. Then, Qing Gaozhan, who was safe and sound, snatched Yu Sanjiang's 3-feet-long sword and stepped on Yu Sanjiang's face. Then, he stabbed Yu Sanjiang's body again and again. Ah! Yu Sanjiang's wail spread throughout the entire arena. Boom! Yu Sanjiang was heavily stepped on by Qing Gaozhan. The entire stage collapsed into a large pit. Qing Gaozhan looked at Yu Sanjiang under his feet and sneered, trash is trash, ha ha ha. Chapter 1486. Qing Gaozhan tapped his foot and threw Yu Sanjiang into the air again. Just as he was about to do the same thing, a black figure moved. Yu Yinghuan looked at the black figure and sat down silently because someone had made a move before him. Trash, die. Qing Gaozhan came above Yu Sanjiang and pointed his sword down, slowly approaching his heart. At this moment, a fiery red sword light shot out and deflected the 3-foot-long sword. Qing Gaozhan was furious. He focused his eyes and saw a kick towards his face. He snorted and punched out. The fist and leg collided. Qing Jiaozhan didn't move at all. The attacker retreated dozens of steps and saved Yu Sanjiang, who was about to fall to the ground. Qing Jiaozhan landed on the ground and looked at the uninvited guest. He sneered, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the other trash of the Qingyu duo." Yi Hao looked at Yu Sanjiang, whose tendons had been severed in his arms, and said to Qing Gaozhan, "He has already lost, and you still want to kill him?" "Oh, is that so?" Qing Jiaozhan picked his ear and said, "But I didn't hear him beg for mercy." Yi Hao released his aura and his battle intent surged. Qing Jiaozhan didn't care and threw his sword at Yi Hao's feet. Cough cough. Ling Junyun coughed. Yu Qi Wei quickly stood up and said, "The victor has been decided. The winner of this battle is Qing Jiaozhan. Both sides, please come down." Yi Hao carried Yu Sanjiang on his back and said coldly to Qing Jiaozhan, "You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die on this stage." Qing Jiaozhan sneered, "I should be the one saying that. Don't fight me or I'll make the two trash of the Qingyu duo truly trash." The two coldly looked at each other and got off the stage. Below the stage, Yu Yinghuan carried Yu Sanjiang, who was unconscious due to excessive blood loss, and left with heavy footsteps. Yu Wenshu sneered and said to Qing Yunji, "Qing family head is really good." Qing Yunji retorted, "Yuan family head, what do you mean?" The Heavenly Street meeting was about making friends through martial arts. But in the Battle of Qinggao, they went all out. "Clan head Yuan, you're in the wrong here. I don't even know this Qing Gaozhan. You can't possibly think that he's a member of our Qing clan just because his surname is Qing." "Good, very good." Yu Wenshu coldly snorted and stopped talking. Qing Yunji didn't care, but in his heart, he was delighted. Yi Hao suppressed his anger and forced the contestant from the Blaze Empire to retreat step by step. In the end, the other contestant chose to admit defeat, and Yi Hao finally gave up. Soon, the remaining matches were over, and the list of the 6 people who had advanced to the third round was out. They were Qing Gaozhan, Yuan Li, Yi Hao, Huangfu Jingxin, Han Zhong, and Lai Yang. As for the Yueluan Empire, they had become nothing more than an accompaniment. In the evening, after the competition, Yi Hao and Wu Wenyong agreed to meet at the Yu residence. At the entrance of the Yu residence, Yi Hao and Wu Wenyong patiently waited for the servant to pass on the message. Not long after, a servant knocked on the door and invited Yi Hao and Yu Wenyong in. Under the servant's lead, Yi Hao and Yu Wenyong saw the haggard Yu Yinghuan in the main hall. Yi Hao asked first, "Yu family head, how is Sanjiang?" "Sigh." Yu Yinghuan heavily slammed the table and said angrily, "His situation isn't good. Although the bleeding has stopped, he's still unconscious. His tendons are all broken. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to cultivate for the rest of his life." "What?" Wu Wenyong was shocked when he heard this. "So serious? This Qing family is really despicable." He also watched the competition, so he knew what happened to Yu Sanjiang. He then asked, "Then is there any way to solve it?" Yu Yinghuan revealed a difficult expression and said, "The person who destroyed Sanjiang's meridians is stronger than Sanjiang. A 4th-level pill can't remove the remaining spiritual energy in Sanjiang's body. It needs a 5th-level healing pill. However, although my Yu family is big, we don't have a single 5th-level healing pill." Wu Wenyong was relieved and then fell silent. Yi Hao secretly made up his mind and said, "I have a 5th-level healing pill." "Really?" Yu Yinghuan suddenly revealed a trace of hope. "Of course, but Yu family head must say that this pill belongs to your Yu family and has nothing to do with me." "Okay." Yu Yinghuan cried tears of joy, "As long as you're willing to help Sanjiang, I'm willing to do anything." Wu Wenyong seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "You can't be thinking of using the pill that Grandpa Jiyu gave you, right?" Yi Hao nodded and said, "That's right. I've gone through thick and thin with Sanjiang. In my heart, I've already treated him as a friend. I can't just watch him die, so I have to help." Then, the 3 of them came to Yu Sanjiang's room. Yi Hao took out a green pill and gave it to Yu Sanjiang. Slowly, the chaotic spiritual energy in Yu Sanjiang's body gradually calmed down and began to circulate normally. The remaining spiritual energy in his meridians was also gradually swallowed by the spiritual energy from the pill. His meridians also began to automatically heal. Yu Yinghuan looked at Yu Sanjiang, whose complexion was gradually improving, and said, "It really is a 5th-level healing pill. Little brother Sanjiang, thank you. It's my pleasure." Yi Hao hurriedly helped Yu Yinghuan up and explained, "This is a 5th-level pill that my master gave me. It's a healing pill and will definitely help Sanjiang recover." Thank you, thank you." Just as the three of them were talking, the spiritual energy in Yu Sanjiang's body suddenly skyrocketed. It suddenly surpassed the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm and touched the threshold of the 9th level. The rising trend did not stop and continued to rise. Yu Yinghuan's face lit up with joy. "Is this a breakthrough?" Wu Wenyong said, "I think it's the remaining spiritual energy in the pill that helped Sanjiang break through to the 9th level of the Spirit Emperor realm." Yi Hao said with some regret, "If I knew this pill was so useful, I would have asked my master for more. Speaking of which, I don't know how my master is now. It's been a long time since we parted ways in Lishan City." Lishan City. An old man led a few cultivators and a few alchemists out of the city gate and headed east. Within the borders of the Pill Sect Empire, there was a group of several thousand people heading towards the north. They were led by a man and a woman. The woman's face was cold, as if she did not want anyone to get close to her. The man was lively and active and often liked to talk to himself. The man stood at the front of the group and said, "I heard that Elder Jiyu has taken in a disciple. Aren't you curious who it is?" The woman lightly replied, "Elder Jiyu has never taken in a disciple before. I didn't expect him to take in a disciple this time. It's really rare. I heard that the kid is younger than us, but he's already a 4th-level alchemist. How about it? Are you interested?" This time, the woman did not speak, but quickened her pace. "If you like the Primal Chaos Emperor system, please add it to your collection. Primal Chaos Emperor system green bin updates the fastest." Chapter 1487. The man looked at the woman's blurry figure and muttered, "Elder Jiyu has already rushed to Chenyuan New City. I reckon that when we arrive, we will be able to meet Elder Gu's only disciple. I have the same thoughts as you. When the time comes, I will definitely meet that person." Following which, the man put away his thoughts and urged the group to speed up and reach Chenyuan New City as soon as possible. Qingshan Imperial City, Qingyu District, Yu Residence. Yi Hao and Wu Wenyong said goodbye to Yu Yinghuan at the door and returned to the inn. The two of them returned to the inn and went to sleep in their own rooms. There were still 2 days before the 3rd round of the Heavenly Street Convention. Yi Hao was not in a hurry to rest. Instead, he took out a set of array diagrams and studied it carefully. After an unknown period of time, the lamp in the room suddenly flickered. Yi Hao frowned and kept the array diagrams. He looked at the black figure in front of the window and said, "Immortal Cloud Pavilion, Dark Department." The black figure stood at the window and did not move. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Young Master Yi, young Master Shu invites you." "Invite? Where to?" "Green Fallen Peak, Immortal Cloud Pavilion." Following which, the black figure jumped out of the window. Yi Hao blew out the lamp and followed closely. The two of them walked in the dark night one after another. Not long later, the black figure brought Yi Hao out of Qingyu District and arrived at a hidden forest. In the center of the forest, there was a sacrificial altar made of spiritual stones. There was a faint flow of spiritual energy on top of the altar. The black figure stood at the center of the sacrificial altar. Yi Hao followed him. Following which, the black figure slowly squatted down. He cut his wrist and dripped a drop of blood on the sacrificial altar. At the same time, he was chanting something. Suddenly, the sacrificial altar under Yi Hao's feet exploded with a dazzling light. Following which, a white pillar of light shot up into the sky. Not long later, the light disappeared by itself. Only a black figure was left on the sacrificial altar. A painful dizziness came over. When Yi Hao opened his eyes again, he discovered that the sacrificial altar had disappeared. What replaced it was a fake mountain, a lake and a fragrant garden. Right in front of the rockery, a familiar figure was slowly walking over. That figure came in front of Yi Hao and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Yi Hao." Yi Hao looked at that person and frowned. "Don't. If possible, I would rather not see you." Exiled Immortal chuckled. He didn't mind and continued to lead the way. Yi Hao followed behind him silently. Along the way, Yi Hao did not see a single person. He only saw some flowers and plants, so he asked, "This is the Celestial Cloud Pavilion?" "That's right." Banished Immortal pinched his fingers and said, because time was tight, "Mr. Shu ordered someone to send you here using a teleportation formation." Immortal Cloud, Immortal Cloud, Immortal Cloud, Immortal Cloud, Immortal laughed, Immortal, Immortal, Exiled Immortal chuckled. "That wasn't an ordinary teleportation formation. It's a blood sacrifice formation that uses essence blood and spirit stones as support. Even so, it still used up a lot of spirit stones to send you to this courtyard. It's not something that can be used easily. I think Immortal Cloud, Immortal Cloud, Immortal Cloud Pavilion has something important to tell me." "I don't know. You have to ask Immortal Cloud Pavilion yourself." Then, Immortal Cloud Pavilion led Yi Hao through many stone doors and corridors. They stopped in front of a stone wall. Immortal Cloud Pavilion looked at the row of candles on the left. Finally, he walked to the second candle and turned its base gently. Buzz! The stone wall turned gently and the door opened. Immortal Cloud Pavilion said softly, "Go in. Immortal Cloud Pavilion is waiting for you inside." Yi Hao took a step forward. As soon as he walked in, the stone wall closed with a bang. Yi Hao walked in the dark corridor and saw a ray of light at the end of the corridor. After passing through, he found that the secret room behind the stone wall wasn't as dark as he imagined. Instead, it was brightly lit. However, in this huge underground secret room, other than Yu Wenshu, who was sitting on a chair with his back to him, he was the only one. "You're here." Yu Wenshu's familiar voice sounded in the secret room. However, his back was still facing Yi Hao. Yi Hao walked forward quietly and asked, "Yes. What do you want from me?" "Hee hee." Yu Wenshu chuckled and pointed to a piece of white cloth beside him. "There really is something that I have to ask you to come for." "What is it?" "There's a piece of white cloth over there. Take a look." Yi Hao walked over and took a look. He found 2 headless corpses. He immediately understood. "How is it? Do you know them?" Yu Wenshu stood up and came to Yi Hao's side. "Yes, they're from the Dark Department of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion." "So, these 2 people were really killed by you?" Yu Wenshu stared coldly at Yi Hao. His black pupils revealed a deep questioning. "Yes." Yi Hao didn't dodge Yu Wenshu's questioning. He looked straight at Yu Wenshu and said, "These 2 people followed me. I thought they wanted to harm me, so I ordered 2 guards of the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm to kill them. Also, why did you send people to follow me? If you really don't trust me, just kill me. Why do you have to do this?" Yu Wenshu didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Yi Hao's red pupils, as if he wanted to see if Yi Hao was lying. After a while, Yu Wenshu smiled and said, "Don't be angry. There are many forces in the Qingshan Imperial City. I was afraid that you would accidentally offend someone from a big force, so I sent people to protect you secretly. I didn't expect this to happen. The protection is fake. The surveillance is real, right? Yi Hao, you misunderstood. If I had known that you had 2 guards of the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, I wouldn't have added feet to a snake." Yi Hao snorted, but his expression eased a little. He said to Yu Wenshu, "You don't have to be suspicious of me. My teacher is the 5th level alchemist, Jiyu Sheng. I think you already know this. As for these 2 guards, they were given to me by him. They just arrived not long ago. You should be relieved now." Yu Wenshu laughed and patted Yi Hao's shoulder. "Yi Hao, what are you talking about? How could I be worried about you?" Suddenly, Yu Wenshu took out a Buddha-shaped jade stone. He held it in his hand and snapped his fingers at Yi Hao. Yi Hao was stunned. He froze in place, his eyes empty. Yu Wenshu circled Yi Hao again and again. At the same time, He sneered. "Ha, you want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced. No matter how strong you are, once you've been hit by the Gu Heartstone, you can only be obediently manipulated by me." When Yu Wenshu circled him for the third time, Yi Hao suddenly moved. Then, he came back to his senses and gasped for breath. Yu Wenshu stopped sneering and thought, it seems that the Gu Heartstone hasn't completely taken over his mind. However, it's still very effective. There's no harm in waiting. Yi Hao, who had returned to normal, asked, "What happened just now?" Yu Wenshu smiled and said, "No, you were just distracted." Chapter 1488. Is that so? Yi Hao was a bit suspicious. He clearly remembered that he lost consciousness and couldn't move his body. Seeing this, Yu Wenshu changed the topic. "Oh right, there's another important thing that I called you here for." "What is it?" "Didn't I promise you that I would help you win?" Yu Wenshu poured 2 cups of wine on the table and handed one to Yi Hao. "Since you promised, you'll definitely do it. Also, if you win and marry that Ling Junyun, it will only be good for the Yuan clan. But I'm only a 6th level Spirit Emperor. I might be able to fight against an 8th level Spirit Emperor, but it's hard to say if I'm facing a 9th level Spirit Emperor. It doesn't matter. The only enemy you have to face is Qing Jiao Zhon." "Chem?" Yi Hao didn't understand. Yu Wenshu clapped his hands. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the corner. Yi Hao was a bit surprised to see the figure. Yu Wenshu pointed at the figure and said to Yi Hao, "This is Yuan Li. He's someone that the Yuan clan sent to participate in this competition. Don't worry, he won't be your opponent. If you two meet in the 3rd round, Yuan Li will immediately admit defeat." Hearing this, Yi Hao looked at Yuan Li. Yuan Li lowered his head and nodded. Yi Hao relaxed and said, "Even so, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to win against Qing Jiao." Yu Wenshu laughed and waved his hand to let Yuan Li leave first. Then, he brought Yi Hao to a small room in the secret room. Yuan Li raised his head and looked at Yi Hao's back. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his black eyes, but he quickly hid it and left the secret room. Yu Wenshu pointed at the stone seat in the room that was slowly flowing with spiritual energy and said, "This stone seat was formed naturally. It's connected to the spirit vein under our green fallen peak. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for 10 days. In these 2 days, I'll let the people in the residence bring you treasures. Prepare to break through to the 7th level Spirit Emperor." Then, Yu Wenshu left without giving Yi Hao a chance to speak. Yi Hao looked at Yu Wenshu's departing figure, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not long after, someone brought some treasures to the small room. After putting them down, they left. Yi Hao sat cross-legged on the stone seat with his eyes closed. He quietly absorbed the spiritual energy around him and began to break through to the 8th level Spirit Emperor. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the night before Yi Hao was about to take part in the competition, a strong spiritual qi of heaven and earth spread out from the secret chamber of the Yuan mansion. Yi Hao looked at his hands, his face full of joy. Yu Wenshu leaned against the door and said with a smile, "Not bad. You didn't let me down. You broke through to the 7th level Spirit Emperor. Thank you, Master Shu." Yi Hao cupped his hands and thanked him. Yu Wenshu waved his hand and said, "If you really want to thank me, then take down the champion." "Of course. Stabilize your cultivation and go find Zhejian. He'll take you away." "Okay." 4 hours later, Yi Hao left the secret room. Under Zhejian's lead, they returned to the forest through the blood sacrifice array. Yi Hao looked at the black figure on the altar. When he was about to thank him, the black figure left. Yi Hao could only silently follow him back to the inn. After Yi Hao left, Zhejian went into the secret room. Yu Wenshu sat on a chair and asked lazily, "Yi Hao left?" "He left." Zhejian stood to the side, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yu Wenshu glanced at him and shouted, "Is there something else?" Zhejian gathered his courage and said, "Master, I just want to ask, is it right or wrong for us to raise Yi Hao like this?" Yu Wenshu sneered. Zhejian hurriedly knelt. "Do you think your master would do something that would make him lose money?" Zhejian touched the ground with his head and said hurriedly, "My master is wise and powerful. Of course he wouldn't do something that would make him lose money." Yuan Shu twirled the wine cup in his hand and murmured, "What I give ye how now, I'll take it all back soon, with interest." Yuan Shu kicked Zhejian and asked, "How's Yuan Mu?" "Master, everything is as usual." "Good. So keep a close eye on him at this critical juncture. Don't be careless." "Yes." "Oh, right. Withdraw the shadow guards you sent to keep an eye on Yi Hao." "Ah." Zhejian was confused. Yuan Shu kicked him and shouted angrily, "Did you not hear what this master said? Withdraw all of them." "Yes, yes." Zhejian kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. He hurriedly agreed and left. The next day, the remaining 6 contestants gathered in Qingshan district for the final round of the competition. Yu Wei, who had changed into a red official's robe, stood on the stage and said loudly, "Today is the 3rd round of the competition. The champion of this year's Heavenly Street Convention will be decided from the remaining 6 contestants. Those who aren't here, don't worry. Take out your projection stone and you'll still be able to see the broadcast of the competition. Now, let me introduce the top 6 contestants of this year's Heavenly Street Convention. First, Qingyun Peak, Qinggaozhon, 9th Stage Spirit Emperor. Second, Qingluo Peak, Yuan Li, 9th Stage Spirit Emperor. 6th, Tianyuan Empire, Yisan Gao, 6th Stage Spirit Emperor. After the introduction of the 6 contestants, the most popular ones were Qinggaozhon and Yuan Li. As for Yisan Gao, many people thought he was just here to be a bystander. After the introduction of the contestants, the 6 contestants went on stage to draw lots. Then they faced each other to decide the final 3. Yi Hao was very lucky. He didn't have to fight Qinggaozhon and Yuan Li. His opponent was Lai Yang from the Raging Flame Empire. Qinggaozhon's opponent was Han Zhong from the Han family. Yuan Li's opponent was the only woman in the 6, Yuan Jingxin. The 6 people went on stage at the same time and the competition began. Yi Hao made an inviting gesture to Lai Yang. Lai Yang also returned the gesture. Then Lai Yang raised his blade with both hands. His body tensed up as he stared at Yi Hao and said, "I know you. Although your cultivation isn't strong, your spirit formation isn't weak. I won't be as careless as Lin Tianyi. So, you have no chance of winning this competition." Yi Hao chuckled and said, "Is that so?" At this moment, the Han family's patriarch, Han Shi, suddenly roared, "Qingyun Ji, what is the meaning of this? How can you be so heavy-handed towards my Han family?" Qingyun Ji replied indifferently, "Didn't I already say that Qinggaozhon isn't from my Qing family? What does it have to do with me?" "You." Han Shi's face turned red with anger. Qinggaozhon kicked Han Zhong, whose tendons had been broken, out of the stage and laughed loudly. Chapter 1489. Qingjiaozhon looked at the half-dead Han Zhong on the ground and mocked, "2 days ago, I taught the trash of the Yu family a lesson. Who would have thought that it would be your turn today? What a bunch of trash. You're not even a match for me." Speaking of this, Qingjiaozhon glanced at Yi Hao intentionally or unintentionally. On the high platform, Han Shi angrily smashed his wine cup and left. Yu Yingwan sullenly drank his wine. Yi Hao looked at Han Zhong and thought of Yu Sanjiang. 2 days ago, Yu Sanjiang was also lying helplessly on the ground and almost met the King of Hell. At this moment, Lai Yang, who was bending his legs, suddenly moved and attacked with his blade. Yi Hao didn't even look and raised his hand to block. Lai Yang was sent flying. The Raging Flame Kingdom messenger, who was smiling from ear to ear, stiffened and shouted, "Impossible. Yi Hao is only a 6th-level Spirit Emperor. How could he send Lai Yang flying with one palm? It's impossible." Yuan Shu smiled and said, "Did you see it clearly? Is Yi Hao really a 6th-level Spirit Emperor?" Hearing this, the Raging Flame Kingdom messenger took a closer look and murmured, 7th-level Spirit Emperor. That's even more impossible. In just 2 days, he broke through. How is that possible? Yuan Shu smiled but didn't say anything. Ling Junyun and Yu Yingwan looked at Yuan Shu at the same time. Their eyes met for a few seconds and then they looked away. Yi Hao turned his head and released his aura. He said, "Let's finish this quickly. I can't take it anymore." Lai Yang, who had just stood up, was shocked. Before he could do anything, Yi Hao appeared in front of him and kicked him away. Lai Yang turned around in the air with difficulty and slashed down with his blade. Yi Hao shouted angrily. His crimson Wu Dao sword blocked Lai Yang's attack. Yi Hao stood where he was without moving an inch. Lai Yang's entire body kept retreating. Yi Hao waved his sword with one hand and said in a deep voice, "Wu Dao sword, 24 swords." Suddenly, dozens of red sword lights flashed behind Lai Yang's back. Lai Yang wailed, "Stop. I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Bang! Yi Hao withdrew his sword and landed safely on the ground. Lai Yang fell from mid-air and half-knelt on the ground. Then, he got up and cupped his hands towards Yi Hao, saying, "Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Yi." On the other side, Yuan Li also ended his battle. Huangfu Jingxin, whose right arm was injured, nodded at Yuan Li, who stood proudly before jumping off the stage. At this point, the final three had already been decided. They were Qing Gao, Zhon, Yuan Li, and Yisan Gao. The three of them rested for 2 hours before drawing lots again. The two people with numbers written on their lots would fight each other. Those without numbers would get a bye and directly enter the finals. Yi Hao slowly unfolded the piece of paper and saw the number 1 written on it. He raised his head and met Qing Jiaozhon's gaze. Qing Jiaozhon smiled as he showed the piece of paper with numbers written on it. Then, he made a throat-slitting gesture towards Yi Hao. Yu Wenli looked at the blank piece of paper in his hand with a hesitant expression. He slowly put it away and sat in the contestant area. Yi Hao and Qing Jiaozhon went onto the stage. Yi Hao, who was standing on the stage, pulled out his Wu Dao sword and stabbed it into the ground. He coldly looked at Qing Jiaozhon. On the stage, Qing Yunji casually said, "Let's not keep this person alive." On the stage, Qing Jiaozhon sneered and stretched his body. He loudly said, "Yo, isn't this the other trash of the Qing Yu duo, Yisan Gao? Your luck is not bad, you actually made it here. Whether it's luck or not, you come and try." Yi Hao made a provocative gesture towards Qing Jiaozhon. Qing Jiaozhon coldly snorted and mocked, "Don't tell me you think you can fight me just because you defeated 2 trash of the 8th level Spirit Emperor realm. You should know that the difference between the 9th level and the 8th level is not something you, a 7th level, can understand." After he finished speaking, the faces of the envoys from the Yueluan Empire and the Raging Flame Empire turned cold. Qing Jiaozhon did not care about the 2 important figures at all. He continued, "Didn't you see? Han Zhong, who is also an 8th level Spirit Emperor, couldn't even last 3 rounds against me. Do you still think the 8th level is very powerful?" Yi Hao still had a smile on his face. He said, "What you gave San Jiao that day, I will pay you back double." "What a joke. You! Go to hell." Yi Hao pulled out his sword. Qing Jiaozhon swung his fist. The two collided. Yuan Shu looked at the battle on the arena. He swirled the wine in his cup and looked at Yuan Li. He said to himself, "Yi Hao, if you defeat Qing Jiaozhon, you will be the champion of the Heavenly Street Convention. Don't disappoint me." Not far away, Ling Junyun and Yu Ingwan were watching the battle closely. Yi Hao's victory or defeat would determine whether their cooperation could continue. Bang! After the first collision, Qing Jiaozhon did not move at all. Yi Hao retreated to the edge of the arena. Qing Jiaozhon smiled ferociously. "Trash will always be trash. You can't even take a punch from me. Go to hell." Yi Hao's face turned cold. 6 fire phoenixes soared into the sky. Qing Jiaozhon did not even look at them. He punched and the 6 fire phoenixes turned into nothingness. Then he took a step forward to the edge of the arena. His left fist went straight for Yi Hao's abdomen. Yi Hao gently turned around and dodged Qing Jiaozhon's full-force attack. Before he could completely escape the attack range, Qing Jiaozhon's fist turned into a palm and went straight for Yi Hao's head. Yi Hao looked at the incoming palm. He did not doubt that if he was hit by this palm, his head would definitely explode. Without hesitation, he shook his sleeves. Several flying swords flashing with cold light went straight for Qing Jiaozhan's head. It was a life for a life. As long as Qing Jiaozhan did not withdraw his attack, his head would definitely be pierced by the flying swords that Yi Hao fed with his blood. Qing Jiaozhan wanted to take it head-on. But when he saw the red light on the tip of the flying swords, he withdrew his hand and retreated to avoid the flying swords. Yi Hao landed safely in the distance. He waved his left hand and the flying swords returned to his sleeves. In just an instant, the two sides had gone back and forth twice. They had wandered outside the gates of hell twice. Yi Hao provoked, 3 rounds have passed. What other moves do you have? Use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Qing Jiaozhan's fists collided and sneered, what a joke. A mere 7th level Spirit Emperor trash. Is he worth my full force? On the high platform, Qing Yunji narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, use your full force. Let him die thoroughly. Don't waste any more time. In the arena, Qing Gaozhan suddenly changed his mind. He moved his fists forward, and a pair of black gloves suddenly appeared on his hands. Qing Gaozhan's aura soared, and soon, everyone present turned pale with fright. This guy, is he finally showing his true strength? Yu Wenli looked at Qing Jiaozhan coldly. TSK, I didn't expect this Qing Jiaozhan to have some skills. This time, Yi Hao won't be easy to deal with. Yu Wenshu muttered to himself. This is. Ling Juanyun's expression changed. She had been stuck at the 9th level Spirit Emperor for many years. She was very familiar with Qing Jiaozhan's aura. Chapter 1490. Yu Yinghuan looked at Qing Gaozhan's rising aura and murmured, half-step Spirit Monarch? As expected. Qing Gaozhan, who was standing in the arena, said in high spirits, I wanted to play with you more, but I changed my mind. I want you to know what despair is. Half-step Spirit Monarch? Yi Hao's face turned cold. He thought, this is tricky. Yi Hao was already at the 7th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, but he used some kind of secret technique to hide his real strength. Therefore, he had been trying his best to break through to the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm during the 2 days of cultivation in the Yuan Mansion. The aura that was released in the Yuan Mansion was actually because he had broken through to the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. He deliberately restrained his aura so that Yuan Shu would mistake him for a 7th level Spirit Emperor realm. If it was just an ordinary 9th level Spirit Emperor, his 7th level strength would be enough. However, if it was a half-step Spirit Monarch, it would be troublesome. Qing Gaozhan stretched out a hand and smiled, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse. Yi Hao held his sword with both hands and secretly accumulated spiritual power. He smiled, do you know? Many people have said this to me before, but do you know what happened later? Qing Gaozhan frowned. Yi Hao smiled, later, they all died. Boom. Qing Gaozhan appeared directly in front of Yi Hao and punched Yi Hao in the chest. Yi Hao swallowed back a mouthful of blood. Before he landed, he took out many spiritual stones engraved with spiritual arrays and threw them at the ground. Qing Gaozhan stomped his foot and shouted, spiritual arrays? Don't even think about it. He punched the ground with both fists. The spiritual stones were shattered by the shadows of his fists as soon as they touched the ground. None of them landed safely. Yi Hao landed. His pupils shrank and he growled, 7th sword, Phoenix spirit. The 7 fire phoenixes roared and rushed toward Qing Gaozhan. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully using the 7th move of the Phoenix Dance of the 9 heavens. The host is rewarded with a fragment of the void mirror. Yi Hao was stunned. Why was it this broken mirror again? What's the use of it? Master, if you have 5 fragments, you can form a small mirror that will allow you to hide in the void for a short period of time. Heh! Isn't that much more convenient than a spiritual array? Of course. Will I be rewarded with a fragment every time I use a new sword technique? The system's reward is random. This is uncertain. Qing Gaozhan's ruse voice, the system, Qing's roar, Qing what? A 9th level spirit, Gaozhan, level Feng, Yi. Feng, Yi, Yi Hao, and Yi, he, Qing Gaozhan said he, read to the Tutor realm. Said have said was, Yi was, Gao's Feng Qi was, and was Yi long was a Yi Hao looked at Qing Gaozhan, who was still in the air. He quickly took out dozens of spiritual stones and ran along the edge of the arena, setting up a spiritual array. When the last spiritual stone entered the ground, Qing Gaozhan fell heavily onto the arena. Qing Gaozhan looked around and didn't see Yi Hao. He sneered, Yi-san Jiao, do you think I'm Lin Tianyi? Do you think I'll fall for your trick again? Just then, a spiritual light appeared in the center of the arena. There was a faint flow of spiritual energy. Yi-san Jiao, is it fun to use the same trick twice? Yi Hao was still hidden in the void and didn't move. Qing Gaozhan looked at the center of the arena again and suddenly realized something was wrong. A white pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky from the center of the arena. A figure stood on top of the pillar of light. Qing Gaozhan narrowed his eyes. It was Yi Hao, the person he had been searching for. Yi Hao, who was standing on the pillar of light, smiled and said, "You're so powerful. I won't use the same trick twice, so I'll give you something new this time." He leaned forward and placed his right hand on the pillar of light under his feet. He roared, "Array, 18 totem chains. Boom, boom, boom." Suddenly, 18 pillars of light rose and fell without any pattern. Sometimes, the pillars of light appeared under Qing Gaozhan's feet. Sometimes, they appeared beside him. There was no pattern. Facing the fluctuating light pillar, Qing Gaozhan punched the light pillar. However, the light pillar didn't shatter as he expected. Instead, his entire arm was sucked in. Not only was he unable to break free, but all the pillars of light were crazily closing in on Qing Gaozhan. At the critical moment, Qing Gaozhan pulled the pillar of light from the ground. Then, he jumped into the air and dodged the 17 pillars of light. Qing Gaozhan, who was still in mid-air, smashed the light beam in his hand towards Yi Hao, who was still standing on the light beam. Facing Qing Gaozhan's fierce attack, Yi Hao chuckled. He left the pillar of light and quietly landed on the ground. When the pillar of light in Qing Gaozhan's hand came into contact with the pillar of light on the ground, it was sucked in. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Qing Gaozhan was also lifted into the air. At the same time, the remaining pillars of light swarmed over him. Yi Hao landed on the ground and panted. The spiritual array just now was the strongest spiritual array he could set up. It was a peak tier 4 spiritual array. Therefore, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. The pillars of light that swarmed over disappeared after hitting Qing Gaozhan. Not only that, but the 2 pillars of light that bound Qing Gaozhan disappeared as well. Qing Gaozhan landed on the ground in a sorry state. He slowly got up and said with a sinister expression, "I didn't expect your spiritual array to be so powerful. I've underestimated you. However, that's all." Yi Hao took out his Dao sword again and said with a smile, "That's all? Then take a look at your body." Qing Gaozhan lowered his head. A white circle suddenly appeared around his body. Then, the circle quickly shrunk and bound his body tightly. Qing Gaozhan's veins popped out. He tried to break free. However, more and more white circles appeared around him. Without exception, they bound his body from top to bottom. Yi Hao looked at Qing Gaozhan, who was bound by 18 white circles, and said, "Do you really think my 18 totem chains are just for fun? Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Your circles of light can't bind me, you piece of trash. When I break free, you'll definitely die. That's right. This spiritual array can't bind you. However, it's enough to buy me time." Yi Hao held his sword with both hands and pointed it to the sky. An extremely powerful aura slowly gathered at the tip of his Dao sword. Qing Gaozhan looked over and saw a pair of fiery red eyes appear behind Yi Hao. No, when he looked again, there were 2 pairs of eyes. Chapter 1491. Qing Gaozhan gathered all his spiritual energy and tried to break free from the restriction of the spiritual array. Yi Hao slowly gathered his energy and moved his arm. The tip of his sword moved down and pointed at Qing Gaozhan. Qing Gaozhan looked at the 8 phoenixes behind Yi Hao and felt his heart palpitating. He felt that the power of this move had surpassed the Spirit Emperor realm and was close to the Spirit Monarch realm. On the high platform, the casual Qing Yunji's eyes suddenly narrowed and he threw the wine cup in his hand. Before the wine cup reached the stage, it collided with the other wine cup. The 2 wine cups fell to the ground together, leaving behind broken pieces of porcelain. Yuan Shu looked at the calm Qing Yunji and asked, "Master Qing, didn't you say that you don't know Qing Gaozhan?" "What do you mean?" Qing Yunji said without changing his expression, "I really don't know this Qing Gaozhan. My hand slipped and I accidentally threw the wine cup." "Haha, this is a crucial moment. Master Qing, don't slip again." "Of course." The 2 looked at each other deeply and then went silent. Qing Yunji lowered his head and didn't say anything. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yuan Shu didn't say anything and sneered. The others seemed to be lost in thought as they looked at Yi Hao's sword strike. They either remained silent, lowered their heads in contemplation, or felt worried in their hearts. "Yi San Jiao, you can't kill me." Qing Gaozhan's body shook and 2 rings broke. "You can't win against me. You're only a 7th level Spirit Emperor. Impossible." Then, another 4 rings fell off. Now, there were only 12 rings left. "Haha, how can a mere 4th level spiritual array restrain me, a half-step Spirit Monarch?" Boom. 10 rings exploded and only 2 rings were left on his abdomen and shoulder. Qing Gaozhan took a deep breath. Just as he was about to break through the remaining 2 rings, the 8 fire phoenixes had already arrived with the cries of phoenixes. "No." Before Qing Gaozhan touched the phoenixes, he felt the aura of death and couldn't help but cry out in despair. The spiritual energy in Yi Hao's body was depleted, and he collapsed to the ground. He used the Wu Dao sword to support himself so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. He looked in the direction of the fire phoenix and murmured, "9 heavens phoenix dance, 8th sword, phoenix fall. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the 8th sword move of phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. The reward is 1 void mirror fragment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission of collecting 5 void mirror fragments. The reward is 1 general summoning token." The system's robotic voice rang out in Yi Hao's mind. Just as Yi Hao was about to take a closer look, Qing Gao's roar interrupted him. Roar. After experiencing the pain of being bathed in fire, Qing Gaozhan was no longer as calm as before. His clothes were all burned by the fire, and the muscles on his face, thighs, and abdomen were all burned black, giving off an unpleasant smell. Qing Gaozhan, who was bathed in blood, glared fiercely at Yi Hao. Then, he bent his legs and knelt down with a plop. His upper body tilted slightly as he laid on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Hao took a deep breath. With his back facing the arena and his face facing the sky, he laid on the ground and slowly panted. He was exhausted. If he couldn't defeat Qing Gaozhan with this move, he could only admit defeat. Yi Hao looked at the dazzling sunlight and put his right arm on his forehead. He smiled and said, "I won. The champion of the Heavenly Street Convention is me." Ling Junyun coughed. Yu Chi Wei hurriedly stood up from his seat and announced in a clear voice, "I hereby announce that Qinggao will fight against Yi San Jiao. Yi San Jiao is victorious. After resting for 4 hours, the finals will begin." Yuan Shu looked at Yi Hao being helped up by the guards. He smiled and said to himself, "This Yi Hao really didn't disappoint me." Behind him, Yuan Mu seemed to have sensed something as he looked in the direction Yi Hao left. It was as if he had seen Yi Hao's battle just now. He nodded silently with a faint smile on his face. Yi Hao, who was supported by guards, came to Qing Gaozhan, who still had a trace of life left. He said coldly, "You crippled the tendons in Sanjiang's hands and feet, making it impossible for him to step onto the path of cultivation for the rest of his life. Today, I will do the same to you. I deliberately didn't kill you so you could experience the pain of having your cultivation crippled. When you did this, did you think this day would come? You can forgive the heavens for their sins, but you can't survive the sins you bring upon yourself." With that, Yi Hao left the stage. Then, the guards helped Qing Gaozhan, who hadn't died, down to heal. On the stage, Qing Yunji silently put down his wine cup. He was about to get up when Yuan Shu stopped him. Master Qing, where are you going? The competition isn't over yet. Qing Yunji smiled and asked, Master Yuan, don't you think the outcome has been decided? Yuan Shu smiled and said, how can it be decided? We haven't even watched the finals yet. How can you say the outcome has been decided? Qing Yunji specially looked at Yuan Li and asked, could it be that this Yuan Li isn't from your Yuan family? Can he still fight? Haha, Master Qing is joking. This Yuan Li isn't from my Yuan family. Ah, interesting. Qing Yunji smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll stay and watch the finals. Yuan Shu didn't say anything else when he heard this, and he thought to himself, of course, Yuan Li is a member of my Yuan clan. However, for the sake of allowing Yi Hao to win legitimately, I naturally have to cut ties with him. The position of champion belongs to my Yuan clan, and the Qingshan Empire will only be ruled by my Yuan clan in the future. Your Qing clan is nothing. Qing Yunji waved at the guard next to him. Then, the guard left. Yuan Shu waved at Banished Immortal, who was beside him. Then, Banished Immortal left as well. Not long after, Qing Yunji's guard returned. Zhejian also returned to Yuan Shu's side. Yuan Shu calmly asked, how was it? Where did Qing Yunji's guard go? The Banished Immortal replied respectfully, young master, I followed him all the way and found that the guard went to the place where Qing Gaozhan was recuperating. He stayed there for a while and then came out. Then, he came back. Yuan Shu chuckled, Mph, just a cripple. Don't mind him. Master is right. 4 hours quickly passed. Although Yi Hao hadn't recovered to his peak, his cultivation had mostly recovered. Moreover, the final winner had already been decided. So what if he wasn't at his peak? Yi Hao walked onto the stage with a relaxed expression. Yuan Li, who had just walked around, had a heavy expression as he approached the stage step by step. Yi Hao waited quietly. Not long after, Yuan Li stood in front of Yi Hao. At this moment, Yu Wei loudly said, Heavenly Street Convention's finals, Yi San Jiao against Yuan Li. The winner will be the champion of the Heavenly Street Convention. I hereby announce the start of the competition, yes. Chapter 1492. Yi Hao had a smile on his face as he made a gesture of invitation. Yuan Li's face was gloomy. He stood in place, unmoved. His mind was still constantly replaying the scene that had just happened in the corridor. At that time, the match had not yet started and he wanted to walk out of the arena to get some fresh air. He didn't think that he would meet the Qing family's guard. That guard said something to him that made his hesitant heart completely firm. Yuan Li came back to his senses and slowly raised his hands. Yi Hao had a smile on his face as he prepared to welcome the dawn of victory. Yu Ingwan and Ling Junyun had relaxed expressions. In their eyes, the result of this match was already decided the moment Yi Hao finished fighting Qing Gao. Yu Wenshu lazily yawned and stood up. Not far away, Qing Yunji said loudly, Patriarch Yuan, where are you going? Yu Wenshu said with a smile, the result of this match is already very clear. Qing Yunji stood up and said, that's right. Yi Hao used up too much spirit energy in the last match. After 4 hours of rest, he only recovered 70% of his spirit energy. Yuan Li is a 9th level spirit emperor. More importantly, his spirit energy was not used at all. It seems like the result of this match is already very clear. Yu Wenshu didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? What are you trying to say? Patriarch Yuan, didn't you say that Yuan Li isn't a member of your Yuan family? That's right. But what I want to tell you is that Yuan Li is a member of my Qing family. What? Yuan Shu was shocked. On the stage, the gloomy Yuan Li raised his hands and a pitch-black spear appeared in his hands. Then, Yuan Li swung his spear and pointed it at Yi Hao. He charged straight at Yi Hao. Yi Hao, who wanted to welcome the dawn of victory, quickly took out his Wu Dao sword and blocked Yuan Li's attack. However, He was pushed back several dozen steps by the force of the spear. Yi Hao looked at Yu Wenli and asked in confusion, "Brother Yu Wen, what is the meaning of this?" Yu Wenli did not explain. His long spear swept over again. Yi Hao hurriedly defended himself, but the more he fought, the more passive he became. Gradually, he was forced to the edge of the arena. If this continued, he would be out of bounds. On the high platform, Ling Junyun was a little stupefied. She thought, "Isn't this Yuan Li a member of the Yuan clan? Why is he so deadly?" On the other side, Yu Yingwan was also a little confused. Looking at Yu Wenshu, whose face was filled with killing intent, he instantly understood and muttered to himself, "It seems that the development of the matter has exceeded Yu Wenshu's control." At the same time, his entire body tensed up as he secretly accumulated strength. He stared closely at the constantly dodging figure in the arena. Yu Wenshu put his foot on the table and yelled at Qing Yunji, "Qing Yunji, what is the meaning of this? You dare to steal from the Yuan clan?" Qing Yunji chuckled and said, "Yu Wenshu, you're wrong. Yuan Li isn't a member of your Yuan clan. How could I steal someone from your Yuan clan? Also, I was just trying to reason with Yuan Li. This is his own choice." When Yu Wenshu heard this, he turned around and stared at Zhejian angrily. Zhejian hurriedly knelt down and said softly, "Young master, this has nothing to do with me." Yu Wenshu thought about it and then understood. He looked at the situation in the arena and kicked the wine jug off the table. Before the wine jug reached the arena, it fell to the ground with another jug. Yu Wenshu's undulating chest slowly calmed down and he sat quietly on the chair. Qing Yunji retracted his foot and smiled, "Yuan Li, this is right. The show has just begun, don't be in a hurry to leave." On the arena, although Yi Hao didn't know that Yuan Li had joined the Qing clan, just from his spear techniques that wanted to kill people, Yi Hao was able to deduce something. Thus, he swung his sword to block Yuan Li's spear and stood at the edge of the arena, roaring, "Yuan Li, are you crazy?" Yu Wenli's gloomy face gradually relaxed. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "I must be crazy to agree to such a stupid request." Yuan Li lowered his spear and smiled, "You are only a 7th-level Spirit Emperor, how can you ask me, a 9th-level Spirit Emperor, to surrender without a fight?" He, Yu Wenshu, is the crazy one. Before he finished speaking, the spear was like a poisonous snake that went straight for Yi Hao's head. Yi Hao's body moved slightly. Although he dodged Yuan Li's fatal attack, he left a string of blood in the air. Yu Wenshu withdrew his spear and touched the blood on the spear tip. He put it in his mouth and laughed, "Ha ha ha, why? Why are you the only one who can win? Why are you the only one who can marry Princess Ling? If I give Princess Ling to a trash like you, can you protect Princess Ling?" Yu Wenshu held the spear with both hands and slammed it on the ground. Then, the spear left Yuan Li's hand and drilled into the ground. Then, it rushed out from where Yi Hao was standing. Yi Hao raised his leg and used his sword to block it. Before Yi Hao could stabilize his body, the spear returned to Yuan Li's hand. Yuan Li immediately appeared beside Yi Hao and swept the spear out. Bang! 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 Yi Hao smashed 3 times on the stage, leaving 3 bloody marks on it at the same time. Yuan Li stood still and sneered, "Look at you now, a trash who can only use external objects. How can you be the champion of the Heavenly Street Contest and enter the ancestral worship ground? How can you marry Princess Ling? Dream on, trash." On the high platform, Yu Wenshu's face was gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that the world was watching this competition, he would have killed his way into the arena and cut Yuan Li, this traitor, into pieces. Yi Hao winning was an important part of his plan. Now, it seemed like it was going to be ruined by Yuan Li. How could he not be angry? Qing Yunji admired Yuan Li. If Yuan Li won, his Qing clan would do everything in their power to protect him. Yi Hao got up from the ground with difficulty and asked, "You joined the Qing clan?" Yuan Li shrugged and sneered, "I just feel that what the Qing clan said makes sense. Why should I, a 9th-level Spirit Emperor, admit defeat to trash like you? You're a member of the Yuan clan, so am I. Moreover, with your strength, you can't protect the Spirit Princess." Yi Hao laughed. It was a mocking laugh. You say I can't, so can you? Yuan Li looked at Yi Hao's red eyes that were filled with mockery and was burning with rage. He directly appeared in front of Yi Hao and kicked Yi Hao's not very handsome face. Yi Hao's entire body quickly spun in the air. Then, he appeared beside Yi Hao and kicked again. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Hao was kicked a total of 36 times. The last kick sent Yi Hao into the arena, creating a large hole in the arena. Yuan Li held his spear with one hand and laughed as he landed on the arena. Chapter 1493. At the bottom of the crater, smoke filled the air. Yuan Li's right hand condensed and the black spear in his hand shot out. Hong! An explosion came from the bottom of the crater. Ling Junyun and the others' hearts trembled. The person lying at the bottom of the crater was Yi Hao. If Yi Hao died at Yuan Li's hands, their plan would be ruined. Yu Yingluan's tightly clenched fists suddenly loosened, revealing an expression of relief. He looked at the proud Yuan Li and the killing intent in his eyes faded. Yuan Li on the stage waved his hand and sneered, "You can't even withstand a single blow." As soon as his voice fell, the black spear returned to his hand. But as he laughed, his face stiffened because he didn't see any blood on the spear tip. His face suddenly changed and he dodged to the right. A red sword light brushed past his face and landed heavily on the ground. Yuan Li stabilized his body and turned around to look. Seeing that there was no one around, he couldn't help but grip his spear tightly and look around coldly. Spiritual array? Impossible. When you were fighting with me, I was always attacking and you were always dodging. You couldn't have had the chance to set up a spiritual array. Stop trying to act all mysterious over there. Hurry up and come out to die. Although Yuan Li's battle strength was extraordinary, he didn't notice Yi Hao's figure nor did he feel Yi Hao's aura. It was as if Yi Hao had disappeared into thin air. Therefore, he could only look around vigilantly and wait for his opponent to appear. Qing Yun on the stage seemed to have noticed something from the red sword light. He muttered, "It seems like he used some kind of treasure to temporarily hide in the void. But, even so, once the time is up, you won't be able to escape death." In the void, Yi Hao held a small round mirror in his hand. He stared at Yuan Li on the stage and let out a sigh of relief. In the beginning, he didn't expect Yuan Li to rely on the Qing family. Therefore, he was caught off guard. Originally, his cultivation was inferior to Yuan Li's, and he had lost the initiative, so the situation was very passive. He didn't even have the chance to arrange a spirit array, and he had almost died at Yuan Li's hands at the bottom of the pit. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the 5 broken realms formed a small void-treading mirror, which allowed Yi Hao to hide in the void for a short period of time. That was how he managed to escape. As for the red sword light, it was indeed his doing. When he saw that Yuan Li had let down his guard, he wanted to launch a sneak attack. He didn't expect Yuan Li to dodge, so he could only wait quietly in the void. Yi Hao took out the heaven and earth bathing cauldron Elder Ji Yu had given him and began to refine a 4th-grade healing elixir. Not long after, a perfect quality pill that was shining with golden light came out of the furnace. When Yi Hao took the pill, he decided to reveal his strength as an 8th-level Spirit Emperor and defeat Yuan Li completely. This was much better than dying at Yuan Li's hands. But right now, he didn't have much spirit qi left in his body, so he had to hurry up and recover. Yuan Li's cultivation wasn't high enough, so he naturally couldn't see Yi Hao hiding in the void. But he was patient and held his spear, standing quietly in the center of the stage. Half an incense's time passed, and suddenly, a dense spirit qi of heaven and earth came from the void. Yu Wenshu, Ling Junyun, and the others were delighted, while Qing Yunji's expression darkened. Immediately after, a figure sitting cross-legged appeared at the edge of the stage. That person's aura was already at the 8th-level Spirit Emperor, but it was still a bit unstable. Qing Yunji slapped the table and stood up, shouting, "Yuan Li, he's breaking through, quickly kill him." Without needing Qing Yunji to say anything, Yuan Li also knew that Yi Hao had broken through and was stabilizing his cultivation. Then, his spear shook, and like a black dragon, it went straight for Yi Hao's head. Yu Wenshu stood up and scolded, "Qing Yunji, you broke the rules. Qing Yunji snorted and didn't reply. At this time, Yu Yinghuan quickly stood up from his seat, revealing his half-step Spirit Emperor cultivation, and rushed towards the stage. Just as he was about to step onto the stage, Yu Yinghuan forcibly stopped himself and stood below the stage. On the stage, the black dragon-like spear was only a few centimeters away from Yi Hao's throat. Just as it was about to pierce through, a handful of calluses forcibly grabbed onto it. Yu Wenli's expression darkened. He wanted to pull out his spear, but it didn't move at all. Suddenly, Yi Hao opened his eyes. His eyes were crimson red, as if there were flames burning within them. At the same time, the surrounding spirit qi of heaven and earth suddenly gathered together, gradually turning into a cloud of white mist that suddenly entered Yi Hao's body. Yi Hao's fluctuating cultivation also stabilized. Done. Yu Yinghuan, who was standing below the stage, turned and left. Phew, it's good that you're fine. Ling Junyun, who was on the stage, let out a long breath. Ha ha. Yu Wenshu laughed loudly and said, Qing Yunji, you still lost. Qing Yunji's gaze was sinister as he stared at Yi Hao, who had ruined his plans time and time again. Yi Hao smiled as he looked at Yu Wenli, who was about to retreat, and asked, You want the spear? I'll give it to you. Without waiting for Yu Wenli's reply, Yi Hao directly pushed out his palm, causing Yu Wenli's figure to frantically retreat, only stopping after he was dozens of meters away. Yi Hao stood up, pulled out his sword, and smiled, Sorry, I suddenly had an epiphany during the battle with you. Then, with the help of some treasures from the Yu Wen mansion, I was lucky enough to break through to the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. That's why I was delayed. Yu Wenli shook his spear and snorted, So what if you're in the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm? You'll still die. Yi Hao couldn't stand it anymore, so he stabbed his sword into the ground and corrected him, You can't play with the spear like this. Come, I'll teach you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Hao punched Yu Wenli's abdomen. Yu Wenli exclaimed in his heart as he felt the pain, So fast, so fast. How is it possible? He's only in the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. How is it possible? Yi Hao smiled faintly, took the black spear from Yu Wenli's hand, and slapped it directly on Yu Wenli's shoulder. Bang! This time, it was Yi Hao's turn to slap Yu Wenli into the pit. Yi Hao looked at Yu Wenli, who was lying at the bottom of the pit, and said quietly, When I was in the 7th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, I could defeat Qing Jiao, who was half a step away from the Spirit Emperor realm. Now that I'm in the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, Yu Wenli, are nothing. Raw. Yu Wenli didn't want to give up, so he rushed out of the pit. However, just as his head passed through the pit, he was swept down by Yi Hao's spear, and the entire arena shook. Yu Wenli stood up and rushed up again. Yi Hao held the spear and slapped it down again. After repeating this several times, Yu Wenli, whose head was bleeding profusely, no longer struggled. He quietly laid at the bottom of the large pit, but his eyes, which were filled with tears of blood, still carried a trace of unwillingness as he looked at the azure sky. Yi Hao said faintly, There is no deep hatred between you and me, so I won't kill you. In the future, you're on your own. After saying this, Yi Hao gently threw the black spear to the bottom of the pit. Yi Hao pulled out his sword and sheathed it. Just as he was about to walk down the arena, Yu Wenli's angry and unwilling voice sounded. Chaos Emperor system will continue to be updated on Qingdou. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend Qingdou. If you like the Chaos Emperor system, please bookmark. The Chaos Emperor system is updated the fastest in Qingdou. Chapter 1494. Yisan Jiao, I hate you. I, Yu Wenli, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Yu Wenli, who was lying at the bottom of the pit, took the black spear beside him and stabbed it into his heart with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Hao was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, Then you can go find Yisan Jiao. Anyway, I'm called Yi Hao. Victory had been decided. Qing Yunji, who had a stomach full of anger, left. Behind him, the patriarchs of the other two families followed closely. Yu Wenli looked at Yi Hao with admiration and then left. Yu Yingluan also left. As for the Han family's patriarch, Han Shi, he had already left because his disciple, Han Zhong, was heavily injured. Although the 6 great families had left, the Qing Shan Empire's Princess Ling, the Full Moon Empire's envoy, and the Raging Flame Empire's envoy were still there. They were the witnesses of Yi Hao winning. Yu Wei came to the stage with a big smile and loudly announced, "The victory of this competition has been decided. This year's Heavenly Street Convention has also come to an end. Our champion has been decided. He is the young man from the Tian Yuan Empire standing beside me, Yi San Jiao. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the Heavenly Street Convention's champion quest. The reward is the Star Moon Emperor's Cultivation Technique Remnant Scroll." Before Yi Hao could check the reward, the system's voice sounded in his mind. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. The new main quest has been unlocked. The host can check it out yourself." After Yi Hao heard this, he did not rush to check it out. Instead, he looked at Yu Wei with a smile and asked, "Sir, is there anything else?" "Yi Sangao, congratulations on becoming the champion. However, His Majesty will personally give out the rewards in 10 days in the Qingjing Hall. Therefore, you have to stay in the Qingshan Imperial City for the next 10 days. Don't go anywhere. Someone will come and pick you up in 10 days. "Yes, thank you, sir." After this battle, the name and portrait of the champion of the Heavenly Street Convention, Yi San Jiao, spread throughout the ancient demon realm. Tian Yuan New City. Hu Sanyang held a portrait in her hand. It was Yi Hao. She passed the portrait to everyone. After seeing it, everyone was extremely excited. "This, Your Majesty really did it. His Majesty is too amazing. He actually became the champion of the Heavenly Street Convention. May the heavens bless us. Our Tian Yuan Empire will only become stronger and more prosperous in the future." Huyen Zhuo, 1,000-pill-old ancestor, and the others were all amazed by Yi Hao. At the same time, they were very glad that they had followed the right person. "But why is the name on it Yi Sangao?" Zhu Dong held the portrait and asked in confusion. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Everyone looked up and saw a cold-faced woman slowly walking towards them. Behind her was a tall man. "Yi is so smart. Ha ha." Zhu Dong immediately laughed and praised when he saw who it was. The rest of the people also greeted Yi and Hong Yang one by one. Hu Sanyang looked at the cold-faced woman and thought back to a while ago when this woman came to find her with a dragon-shaped jade pendant. She had to admit that this woman was not only beautiful, but also very powerful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the strongest person in the city. However, Hu Sanyang always felt that Yi was hiding many things in her heart. These things more or less affected Yi's cultivation. Otherwise, Yi's cultivation would only be stronger than it was now. She and Yin Xinshin had thought of many ways to get Yi to speak, but they could not get her to speak. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps interrupted Hu Sanyang's thoughts. A soldier ran in a panic. Huyen Zhuo looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" The soldier hurriedly said, "Sirs, bad news. The Yueluan Empire sent an envoy. They said that they want our Tian Yuan Empire to bow down and become a vassal state of the Yueluan Empire." "What? How did the Yueluan Empire come so quickly? What are you afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. At worst, we'll fight them." "No, the Yueluan Empire is a 5th-rank empire. We're a 4th-rank empire. We can't win." In the court, everyone had their own opinions. However, they were roughly divided into 2 groups. One group wanted to go to war, while the other wanted peace. However, before Yi Hao left, he left many matters of Tian Yuan New City to Hu Sanyang to decide. Therefore, everyone looked at Hu Sanyang. Hu Sanyang felt a lot of pressure. She looked at Yin Xinshin and asked, "Xinshin, what do you think we should do?" Yin Xinshin did not have a clue. He said, "I'll listen to Sister Hu." Then, Hu Sanyang looked at Yi, who had been silent the whole time. Yi glanced at her and finally said, "I heard that the champion of the Heavenly Street meeting can marry the only child of the Green Mountain Emperor, Princess Ling. What? Yin Xinshin and Hu Sanyang exclaimed at the same time. However, one of them exclaimed loudly, while the other whispered softly. Yi Yi knew how the two of them felt about Yi Hao. She said, "Don't panic. Let me finish. If the young emperor really marries Princess Ling, it will be a good thing for us." "What's good about it?" Yin Xinshin was a little angry. Hu Sanyang rolled her eyes and said, "I understand what you mean. The Green Mountain Empire and the Yueluan Empire are both fifth-rank empires. As long as the young emperor marries Princess Ling, the Yueluan Empire will not let the Qianyuan Empire become a vassal state." "That's right." Yi Yi agreed. Hu Sanyang took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I know what to do. Everyone, listen up. No war, no peace. Everything will wait for the young emperor to return. Our task now is to delay the messenger of the Yueluan Empire and wait for the young emperor to return." "Yes, we will wait for the young emperor to return," everyone agreed after receiving the order. Even though Yin Xinshin felt a little uncomfortable, she still cared about the big picture when it came to the survival of the empire. Her priority was to delay the messenger. Yi Yi looked at the united scene in the imperial court and felt a lot more relieved. On a road 100 miles away from the new Qianyuan city, there was a caravan riding on a first-rank demonic beast, Fire Horse. In the middle of the caravan was an old man. The old man held a portrait in his hand. The person in the portrait was Yi Sangao, who had just won the Heavenly Street meeting. The old man looked at the portrait and laughed while stroking his beard. "Haha, this kid is indeed my disciple. He really makes me proud." Then, the old man put away the portrait and ordered, "Everyone, hurry up. Find a village to rest before dark." "Yes." The surrounding cultivators and alchemists all agreed. Chapter 1495. In a small town at the border of the Danzong Empire, there was a group of 1,000 people. The leader of the group, a man and a woman, each held a portrait and sat in the inn, looking at it silently. In the end, it was the man with a lively personality who broke the deadlock and said, "Is the level of this Heavenly Street meeting so low? Can an 8th-level Spirit Emperor win? In my opinion, the level of this Heavenly Street meeting is getting worse and worse." The woman was silent, staring at the portrait in her hand. "Humph, in my opinion, this kid's alchemy is just SOSO. I really don't know why Elder Gu likes him." This time, the woman didn't remain silent. She said coldly, "Alchemy is different from cultivation. Don't forget that he is young, but he is already a 4th-level alchemist." The man didn't care at all and said, "So what? We have been a 4th-level alchemist for a long time. It's time to move forward." The woman didn't refute. She nodded silently and said, "Yes, it's time to move forward." In an inn in the Green Jade district of the imperial city of Green Mountain, Yi Hao, who had just finished the battle and won the Heavenly Street meeting, pushed open the door of the inn with exhaustion. As soon as he walked in, he saw Wu Wenyong, Zhu Gui, Xiong Chong, Lu Fang and Huangfu Duan smiling at him. "What's wrong, you guys?" Yi Hao asked with a smile. "We all watched the last battle. It was a beautiful victory," Wu Wenyong said as he walked over and put his hand on Yi Hao's shoulder. Yes, young master is unparalleled in the world. The sword move you used to defeat Qingao was really cool. It disabled him instantly. And that Yuan Li was no match for you at all. He was really powerful." A wave of flattery came to him. Yi Hao said with a smile, "Okay, I know you guys are worried about me. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm just a little tired." "Okay, as long as you're fine. We'll go out first." Before leaving, Yi Hao put his right hand on Wu Wenyong's shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry. I'll do what I promised you." Wu Wenyong's body trembled visibly, but he quickly regained his composure and walked out of the room with Zhu Gui and Huangfu Duan. As for Xiong Chong and Lu Fang, Yi Hao had other missions for them. After handing over the mission, the two of them disappeared from the room. Yi Hao sat on the bed, closed his eyes and rested for a while. Only then did he take out the reward for completing the main mission after much difficulty. Yi Hao looked at the 2 palm-sized jade panels in his hands and asked softly, Is the Spirit Heaven Emperor Realm's cultivation technique inside? The system's familiar voice rang in Yi Hao's mind. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Everyone says that the Star Moon Emperor is one of the top rankers of the Spirit Heaven Emperor Realm, but in reality, he has already entered the Saint King Realm. It's just that he likes the title of Emperor, so everyone mistakenly thinks that his cultivation technique is the cultivation technique of the Spirit Heaven Emperor Realm. Yi Hao rubbed his chin and said, in that case, this cultivation technique is actually not from the Spirit Heavenly Emperor Realm, but from the Saint King Realm? That's right. The rewards from the main quest are much more generous than the rewards from side quests. Haha, then I've made a fortune. Yi Hao laughed heartily. He couldn't wait to open one of the jade-colored panels. A stream of cryptic words suddenly surged into his mind. Then, he saw 4 silver-white sheets of paper floating in front of him. This is the cultivation technique of the Star Moon Emperor, Star Moon Change. Yi Hao took the first silver-white piece of paper and carefully caressed it. A domineering feeling of holding the stars in his hand and supremacy came over. The cryptic words on the paper suddenly floated up, and then continuously surrounded Yi Hao's body. Yi Hao also gradually understood the words written on this silver-white piece of paper. Yi Hao unconsciously closed his eyes and emptied his mind. Suddenly, he felt that his soul had wandered outside the heavens, and his body was in a star. He looked at the stars that were shining with a silver-white light, and couldn't help but extend his palm. A huge star rapidly shrank and came to the center of his palm. He placed the shrunken star to the side and extended his hands. Then, 2 more stars rapidly shrank. He kept experimenting like this several times, and the result was the same. Gradually, Yi Hao felt that he could hold the sun, moon, and stars in his heart, and a bold and unrestrained feeling gushed out. And some subtle changes were also happening to his body. Spots of white light kept flashing in Yi Hao's body, and the number of times they flashed increased. In the end, the white light stopped flashing and emitted a cold silver-white light. This is the power of the stars entering the body. Xiao Bao carefully observed the changes in Yi Hao's body and was a little surprised. He said, "How long has it been? This guy has actually reached the entry level and started to draw the power of the stars into his body to forge his body. What a monster." After an unknown period of time, Yi Hao suddenly felt a little tired, so he slowly opened his eyes. At this time, there were more and more white spots in his body, and the silver-white light emitted by his whole body became stronger and more dazzling. Yi Hao also noticed some changes in his body and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The system that named itself Xiao Bao said, "You have comprehended the first chapter of the changes of the stars and moon. You have reached the entry level." Yi Hao's mind moved, and the dazzling silver-white light disappeared. He said happily, "The changes of the stars and moon is to draw the power of the stars into one's body, and then convert the power of the stars into spiritual power for one's own use. The first chapter is to draw the power of the stars to forge one's body. As the power of the stars increases, one's body will become stronger and stronger." That's right. The owner of this technique used to have the constitution of the Holy King. That means I can also have the constitution of the Holy King. Then, attacks below the level of the Holy King won't even be enough to tickle me. Yi Hao's mind moved, and he put away the silver-white paper. He murmured, "I thought this changes of the stars and moon would be very difficult. Looks like it is very simple." The so-called body-forging chapter of the changes of the stars and moon is to draw the power of the stars into the 49 major acupoints in the body. One cycle is one cycle, and to strengthen one's body, one has to do 7 cycles a day. You just did 1 cycle, and your body can't take it anymore. So, you are still very far away from the constitution of the Holy King. According to the records, when the changes of the stars and moon are completed and you have the constitution of the Holy King, the stars in the sky will vibrate violently with every breath you take. Wherever you go, starlight will shine, and people will worship you. That is the true supreme posture. Yi Hao began to yearn for that scene. He sighed and said, "I am still very far away from the constitution of the Holy King. However, as my cultivation improves, the time it takes to complete 1 cycle will be shortened. Sooner or later, I will be able to complete 7 cycles a day and achieve the posture of the Holy King. Chapter 1496. Xiao Bao suddenly found it funny and said, "Achievement my ass." Yi Hao retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?" "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but did you realize that there's only the upper half of the star and moon transformation?" Hearing this, Yi Hao took out 4 more pieces of silver-white paper. His expression was solemn as he asked, "Where is the second half?" When the Star-Moon Emperor fell, in order to prevent the enemy from finding his cultivation technique, he separated the 2 cultivation techniques. Xiao Bao paused for a moment before continuing, "I think he must have placed the second half of the cultivation technique in the tomb." Tomb? Yi Hao was puzzled and asked, "Then where is the tomb of the Star-Moon Emperor now?" Yi Hao wanted to become stronger. He wanted to protect the Qianyuan Empire. He wanted to save Bing Yi, and the Star-Moon Emperor's cultivation technique could make him stronger. Therefore, he had to obtain the second half of the cultivation technique. "Don't worry, take a look at the current main quest." Hearing this, Yi Hao entered the system and looked at his current main quest. Suddenly, he was stunned on the spot. This was because the current main quest of the system was to obtain the inheritance of the Star-Moon Emperor in the tomb of the Star-Moon Emperor that would open in 2 months. After completing the quest, he would be able to obtain a chance to summon a divine rank general. Yi Hao exited the system and muttered to himself, "It seems that in 2 months, the tomb of the Star-Moon Emperor will appear. At that time, I can enter the tomb to search for the second half of the cultivation technique. Furthermore, if I complete the quest, I can even obtain a divine rank general." Yi Hao's eyes suddenly burned with passion. He had to complete this quest. Yi Hao opened the other jade-colored panel and discovered that it recorded a Spirit Sky Emperor Realm Light Body technique. It was the same as the star and moon transformation. There was only the upper half and no lower half. However, even if it was a remnant, it was enough for him. In the next 10 days, other than cultivating these 2 remnant scrolls, Yi Hao studied array formations and refined pills. Time flew by. On this day, Yi Hao was dressed in black as usual, waiting silently in the inn. Before long, Wu Wenyong walked in joyfully. "Third high, there are people outside. They say they want to bring you into the palace. The Emperor of Green Mountain wants to reward you." "All right, I got it." Therefore, Yi Hao left the inn and entered the palace in a carriage pulled by a flaming horse with the emissary sent by the palace. Along the way, Yi Hao carefully sized up Yuchi Wei, who had come to greet them. He softly asked, "May I ask Lord Yuchi, will the people from the various great clans be attending this court assembly?" Yuchi Wei smiled, "That's natural. Not only is this a reward for young Master Yi, it's also the first time His Majesty is presiding over court this year. Thus, the leaders of the major clans and some important ministers will be there." Yi Hao looked at Yuchi Wei's happy expression and probed, "I heard that His Majesty has been in a coma." Suddenly, Yuchi Wei became furious and shouted, "Third High Yi, how dare you criticize His Majesty?" Yi Hao bitterly smiled, "Lord Yuchi misunderstands. I became the champion of the Heavenly Street meeting. In theory, I will marry Princess Ling. In this way, the Emperor of Green Mountain is also my father. As the Emperor's son-in-law, what's wrong with worrying about my father?" Yuchi Wei looked at Yi Hao's sharp tongue and sighed, "That's true. In the future, you will be the Emperor's son-in-law of my Green Mountain Empire. There's no harm in telling you. It's quite a coincidence. His Majesty was still in a coma 2 days ago, but he suddenly woke up yesterday and said he wanted to personally preside over today's court assembly." Yi Hao carefully asked, "How is His Majesty's mind these 2 days? Although he's awake, he's still a bit dispirited." Along the way, Yi Hao learned a lot from chatting with Yuchi Wei. He stood on the stone steps outside the hall and looked at the huge and magnificent Hall of Diligent Government. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The Emperor of Green Mountain might not have much time left. "Summon Third High Yi, enter the hall to receive your order." An extremely ear-piercing sound came from the main hall. Yi Hao collected his thoughts and straightened his expression. He walked up the white jade stairs step by step and walked into the hall at a moderate pace. There were many people standing in the hall, but they didn't stand according to the order of the civil and military officials. Instead, they stood on both sides of the hall according to the two factions of the 6 great clans. Yi Hao walked into the resplendent hall. He lifted his head and saw an old man with white hair and beard sitting on the golden dragon throne. He looked a little dispirited, but he was actually glowing with vitality. Below the old man stood a young woman in gorgeous clothes and exquisite makeup. Below them were the two factions led by the Yuan clan and the Qing clan. The position where Yi Hao stood when he entered the hall was right between the two factions. Yi Hao looked at the old man on the dragon throne and knelt down. Third High Yi of the Qianyuan Empire greets the Emperor of Green Mountain. The old man coughed softly and said, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Hao stood up and looked into the old man's eyes that were full of vicissitudes. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure came toward him. Although it wasn't enough to suffocate him, it still made him break out in a cold sweat. The old man asked softly, "Your third High Yi?" Yi Hao was still calm in the face of the old man's pressure. He said in a deep voice, "Yes." "You're the champion of this year's Heavenly Street meeting?" "Yes." "You want to marry my only daughter, the only princess of the Green Mountain Empire, Princess Ling?" Hearing that, Yi Hao hesitated. He glanced at the young woman below the old man and replied, "Yes. According to the rules of the Heavenly Street meeting, the winner can marry Princess Ling." "Your Majesty, you're questioning me like this. Are the rules not valid?" The Emperor of Green Mountain didn't say anything. He stared at Yi Hao, as if he wanted to find a trace of panic in this ordinary young man's eyes. However, he only saw calmness and composure. The old man retracted his aura and gaze and said loudly, "What a good third High Yi. You really are a young man. I'm old, old." The old man seemed to have thought of something and felt a trace of sadness. Yi Hao looked at the ground quietly. He didn't break the silence in the hall. It wasn't just Yi Hao. Everyone in the hall was the same. Yuan Shu and Qing Yunji could be disrespectful to Ling Junyun because Ling Junyun was weaker than them and was of the same generation as them. However, they couldn't be disrespectful to the old man on the dragon throne. Not only had that old man gone through life and death with their father, he was also the #1 person in the Green Mountain Empire. He was the protector of the Green Mountain Empire and a spirit emperor. Yu Wei coldly glanced at the people of the 6 great clans. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Chapter 1497. He had said that as long as the Qingshan Emperor woke up, the people of the 6 great clans would have to behave themselves and not do anything. This was not a joke. It was true. Ling Junyun suddenly coughed softly. The old man came back to his senses and looked at the people below with a smile. "Look at me. I'm getting old. I'm indeed forgetful." Ling Junyun reminded him, "Father, it's time to get down to business." The old man laughed. "That's right, it was time to get down to business." Then, he said in a deep voice, "Yi Sangao, come forward and receive your title." Yi Hao took a step forward and knelt on the ground with his head touching the ground. Yi Sangao is the champion of this Heavenly Street meeting. Therefore, Yi Sangao is bestowed the position of Pillar of Qingshan Empire. He will be rewarded with 10,000 hectares of land and a mansion. He will marry Princess Ling on another day. Pillar of Qingshan Empire. Everyone was in an uproar. What right does an outsider have to be the Pillar of Qingshan Empire? That's right. He's just a young man who doesn't know his place. How can he be the Pillar of Qingshan Empire? What right does he have? Whispers could be heard below the stage. The old man chuckled and asked, "Yi Sangao, you haven't replied yet. Are you dissatisfied with my reward?" Yi Hao hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it's not that I'm dissatisfied. It's just that Yi Sangao can't be the Pillar of Qingshan Empire. Your Majesty, please be careful. If I say you can be it, you can be it. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Yi Hao stood up and retreated to the side. The old man coldly scanned the people below the stage. No one dared to look him in the eye. The old man said with a glowing face, also, after Yi Sangao and Princess Ling get married, he will be a member of Qingshan Empire. Therefore, he can be the pillar of Qingshan Empire. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Everyone below the stage knelt down and said in a deep voice, I have one more thing to announce. Your Majesty, please speak. The old man stood up. Ling Junyun hurriedly stepped forward. The old man held Ling Junyun's hand and stood in the center of the hall. He said, My health has been deteriorating these years. I only have one daughter. Therefore, I've decided to pass the position of Qingshan Empire's Princess Ling Junyun. Your Majesty, please reconsider. His Majesty's body is still strong. There's no need to be so anxious. Your Majesty, Princess Ling is a woman after all. You can't do that. You will be mocked by other countries. The ministers kneeling on the ground tried to dissuade him. Ha ha ha. The old man threw his head back and laughed. Next, a supreme atmosphere of power slowly spread out from his body, pressing down on everyone in the hall to the point of suffocation. He looked at the people prostrating on the ground and said, My words are the imperial edict. When Princess Ling returns from the ancestral worship ceremony, we will hold the coronation ceremony. Yes. Everyone had no choice but to nod in agreement. The old man returned to the dragon throne. He still didn't retract his spirit monarch aura. He looked at everyone and said loudly, Yu Wenshu, Qing Yunji, Yu Ingwan, Han Shi, Huangfu Yunji, and Hao Gui, the 6 of you come forward to receive your orders. Hearing this, the leaders of the 6 families stepped forward together. I confer upon you the 6 pillar nations, the same rank as Yi San. After Princess Ling ascends the throne, the 7 of you will assist Princess Ling in governing the Qingshan Empire. Do you understand? Yi Hao also knelt with the leaders of the 6 families and said together, We understand. Ling Junyun looked at the old man whose face was getting redder and redder. Her eyes were already wet. Below the stage, Yu Chi-wei also fell into silence. The old man's current appearance was probably reaching the end of his life. The old man suddenly felt tired. He waved his hand and said, Princess Ling, Yi Zhuguo will stay. End the court. Yes. Thus, the last court session of the Qingshan Empire personally presided by the old man came to an end. This court session also sent 2 messages to the world. One was that Princess Ling was about to become the first empress since the founding of the empire. The other was that other than the 6 pillar nations, there was another Yi San Gao, Yi Zhuguo. Soon, only the family was left in the hall. Ling Junyun couldn't stop the tears in her eyes anymore. She threw herself into the old man's arms. The old man gently stroked Ling Junyun's face and said with a smile, What are you crying for? You should be happy. Imperial father finally doesn't have to lie on the bed like a living corpse. He also doesn't have to run around the palace naked like a madman. He also doesn't have to be like a child, hugging his head and crying out in pain. Imperial father. Ling Junyun touched the old man's skinny back and said with a choked voice, Don't leave me, okay? I'm scared. The old man seemed to be more and more energetic. He said, Humans will eventually die. Even the legendary Saint King can't escape death. It's good that he's dead. He won't have to suffer in this world. The old man waved at Yi Hao, who was not far away. Yi Hao hesitated for a moment. Looking at the old man who was on the verge of death, he still walked forward. The old man looked at Yi Hao and said seriously, Yi San Jiao, I have something to ask of you. Ling Junyun was stunned. In her memory, the old man had never begged anyone. Yi Hao was silent and didn't say anything. The old man smiled and said, You're so smart. You definitely know what I'm talking about. Actually, I didn't want to drag you into this. However, you're already deeply involved. I'm afraid it's too late for you to leave. Yi Hao nodded silently. You're right. Of course, you won't help me for free. The old man clapped his hands. A warrior in silver armor suddenly appeared behind Yi Hao. Yi Hao was shocked. Just as he was about to attack, the old man stopped him. Silver armor, from today onwards, he's your new master. Silver armor nodded silently. Then, He knelt in front of Yi Hao. Not only was Yi Hao shocked, Ling Junyun was even more shocked. She didn't understand what her imperial father was doing. The old man explained, I have 2 guards. One is gold armor, which I've already given to Junyun. The other is silver armor, which you're looking at now. They're both spirit monarch experts. They can save your life at a critical moment. As long as you agree, silver armor will be yours. Yi Hao looked at the warrior in silver armor. He was a little tempted. A spirit monarch expert was a life-saving talisman for him now. He knew that he would encounter many dangers in the future. However, his current strength wasn't enough for him to survive these dangers. Seeing Yi Hao's hesitation, the old man took out an interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Hao. He said unhappily, this is our imperial family's private treasury. There are many treasures inside. They're all yours. How about it? Yi Hao took the ring and made up his mind. He said seriously, I agree. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it. Ha ha ha, good. The old man suddenly leaned back on the chair. After laughing a few times, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ling Junyun, who didn't know what was going on, saw her imperial father leaning back on the throne and falling asleep. She lost control and started to cry. Yi Hao walked over and hugged her. He said calmly, it's okay. He's just asleep. Chapter 1498. As the sun set in the west, Ling Junyun and Yi Hao stood in the tallest pavilion of the imperial palace. Ling Junyun suddenly felt rather emotional. She asked, don't you think our Qingshan Empire is like this slowly setting sun? Yi Hao said frankly, no. Ling Junyun laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true. Isn't this slowly setting sun my Ling clan? How can it be the Qingshan Empire? Yi Hao did not answer. His expression was rather grave. This was because he had just learned a secret from the space ring. Moreover, this secret was rather shocking. Hey, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Ling Junyun looked at the dazed Yi Hao and said, you just accepted so many benefits from my father. Why aren't you telling me what you promised my father? I can't tell you right now. TSK, you're pretending to be mysterious. Yi Hao watched as the setting sun gradually disappeared into the darkness. He said, you didn't tell your father about your plan? No, I'm afraid he'll worry. Yi Hao took in a deep breath and muttered, I think so too. If you tell him, you probably won't be able to go to the ancestral worship in 3 days. What did you say? Ling Junyun did not hear him clearly and asked. Nothing. Yi Hao fell silent for a while, then asked, the ancestral worship in 3 days. Will the plan not change? Of course. Have you changed your mind? Don't you want to know why Yuan Shu kept you alive but didn't kill you? Don't you want to carry out your responsibility as a pillar of the empire? That's not it. Yi Hao thought for a while, then said, since that's the case, I'll go back first. It'll be bad if the people of the Immortal Cloud Pavilion find out. Millimeter, Ling Junyun replied indifferently. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and quietly looked at the darkening sky. Yi Hao hesitated, but he said nothing. He then left the imperial palace. Along the way, Yi Hao kept thinking about the parchment left behind by the Green Mountain Emperor in his space ring. In the end, he sighed deeply and murmured, sigh, it really is a hot potato. Whatever, let's just take it one step at a time. When Yi Hao returned to the inn, he did not find Wu Wenyong. Instead, he found the unconscious Zhu Gui and Huangfu Duan in his room. Yi Hao hurriedly took out 2 healing pills and fed them to them. Then, he circulated his spiritual energy to heal them. Not long after, the 2 of them slowly woke up. Yi Hao asked, what's wrong? What happened? Zhu Gui said weakly, just now, a group of men in black attacked us. After injuring the 2 of us, they took Wu Wenyong away. What? Yi Hao was shocked and asked, where are they? Before that group of black-clothed men left, they said that if you want to save someone, you have to go to the Cliff Brink Valley. Huangfu Duan's spirits were slightly better now as he looked at Yi Hao and said, Broken Cliff Valley? It's not far from here. It seems like they came for me. Yi Hao helped the two of them to the bed and said, "You two stay here and wait for me to come back. Young Emperor, there are a few half-step spirit monarchs in that group. You have to be careful. Yes, and that group of people is very despicable. You have to be careful." "Okay, I know." After comforting the two of them, Yi Hao left the inn and went straight to the Qingyin district. That was because the Cliff Brink Valley was within the jurisdiction of the Qingyin district. The Cliff Brink Valley was an ancient battlefield. Many people had died there, so it had a very strong aura of death. Ordinary people did not dare to go there at all. However, that group of people went there directly after taking Wu Wenyong. It meant that they came prepared. However, Yi Hao did not have time to make more preparations. After all, the sooner he went, the less danger Wu Wenyong would be in. Along the way, Yi Hao used many teleportation formations. Finally, he arrived at the Cliff Brink Valley just as the sun was about to rise. There was a ruin in the center of the Cliff Brink Valley. On the ruin, there was a young man in blue with a dusty face. Around him, there were 10 masked men in black who were armed with dual sabers. The young man looked at the men in black and said, "Big brothers, I don't think I have offended you. What is the meaning of this?" The men in black did not respond. The young man continued, "Big brothers, let me go." After pleading in vain, the young man said with a fierce expression, "Let me tell you. My brother is the champion of the Sky Street Conference. He is the pillar of the Qingshan Empire. If you don't let me go, you will be dead when he comes." Bang! One of the men in black could not take it anymore. He kicked the stomach of the young man in blue heavily. Wu Wenyong cried out in pain and did not dare to speak anymore. After an unknown period of time, a white mist suddenly rose in the surroundings. Then, a black figure slowly walked out of the white mist. Wu Wenyong looked at the person and was delighted. He said, "San Jiao, why are you here?" Yi Hao held the Wu Dao sword and looked at the men in black coldly. He said in a deep voice, "Let him go." The men in black remained silent. They looked at each other as if they were confirming Yi Hao's identity. Yi Hao said loudly, "I am Yi San Jiao. I am also the person you are waiting for. Now that I am here, let him go. Brother San Jiao, don't underestimate the enemy. Some of them are half-step spirit monarchs." Wu Wenyong's face was kicked again as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Hao was furious. He held his sword and went forward. The 10 men in black moved at the same time. They pulled out their sabers and attacked Yi Hao fiercely. While Yi Hao was fighting with the men in black, he carefully observed their clothes and movements. When he was fighting with one of them, he suddenly took off the man's mask and found that the man's eyes were empty and lifeless. He was shocked. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up and he started fighting again. At this time, Wu Wenyong in blue stood up silently. He patted the dust off his body and left the ruins. He walked out of the cliff valley and came to a tall mountain near the cliff valley. At this time, a rich man in brocade clothes was standing on the mountain. There were also many bodyguards around the rich family. These bodyguards were all equipped with dual blades and had their faces covered. Wu Wenyong walked to the rich man's side and said softly, "Young Master Shu, Yi Hao has been lured here. My mission is complete. Can you fulfill your promise now?" Yu Wenshu turned around and smiled faintly. "Wu Wenyong, you did well. You didn't waste your face. It's all thanks to young Master Shu." Yu Wenshu smiled. "Back then, in order to change your face and send you to the Wu residence in Lisan City, I spent a lot of money. Fortunately, I have completed your mission. Young Master Shu, Pa." Yu Wenshu slapped Wu Wenyong's face. Yu Wenshu waved his hand in disdain and said impatiently, "Noisy." Wu Wenyong covered his face and remained silent. "I don't want to see your face again. You know what to do." Chapter 1499. Wu Wenyong looked down at the ground and said, "I understand. I won't appear in front of you again." "Okay." Yu Wenshu nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Okay, you can go now. He will bring you to see your family." Immediately after, a guard stood out from behind Yu Wenshu. That guard bowed respectfully, then turned and left. Wu Wenyong hesitated, but he still asked, "Young Master Shu, I have another question. What will happen to Yi Hao?" Slap. Another slap came, but this time, it was much fiercer than before. Wu Wenyong was sent flying. Yuan Shu looked at Wu Wenyong, who stood up silently, and said sarcastically, "This is not something you can know. You should take care of yourself first." Wu Wenyong cupped his hands and said expressionlessly, "I know." Then, Wu Wenyong left with the guard. After Wu Wenyong left, Ying Yi, who was beside Yuan Shu, asked, "Young master, you let that person go just like that?" Yuan Shu smiled evilly. "Leave? It's easy to leave me, Yuan Shu. Just die." Ying Yi suddenly felt a chill. He shrunk his neck and didn't say anything else. Just as Wu Wenyong and Mo Wuji returned to the Qing Luo district, two figures quietly followed behind them. Broken Cliff Valley, on the ruins. The flying sword in Yi Hao's hand flew. Two men in black who wanted to sneak up on him were killed by the flying sword. Yi Hao looked coldly at the remaining 8 men in black and asked, "Who are you?" The only response he got was silence and 16 battle swords. Yi Hao shouted in a low voice, and all the spiritual power in his body gushed out. Yi Hao, who was at the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, was not afraid of the man in black who was half a step away from the Spirit Emperor realm. If Yi Hao was a 7th level Spirit Emperor, it would be difficult for him to face a half-step Spirit Emperor. But now, he was an 8th level Spirit Emperor, and he didn't use the power of the stars. If it wasn't for his fear, these people would have been killed by his sword. From the looks of that person earlier, Yi Hao was certain that these people were from the Immortal Cloud Pavilion. As for why Yuan Shu had gone to such great lengths to lure him here, he would find out soon enough. Yi Hao pulled out his scarlet Wu Dao sword from the chest of a black-clothed man. Looking at the remaining 7 black-clothed men, he murmured, "It seems like I haven't done enough. Otherwise, how could Yuan Shu be so calm?" The phoenix dance of the 9 heavens reappeared, but this time, it took away a half-step spirit monarch black-clothed man. On a high mountain. When Ying Yi saw this scene, he felt a little distressed. The elites of the Shadow Division had come out in full force this time. They had sent all the half-step spirit emperors. 2 of them had just been killed by Yi Hao, which cast a shadow over the already bad situation of the Shadow Division. Ying Yi said, "Young Master Shu, if we wait any longer, I'm afraid all the elites of my department will be wiped out." Yuan Shu looked at him with disdain. "Look at you. If our plan succeeds, the entire Qingshan Empire will be ours, not to mention the few of you." Young Master Shu is right. Although Ying Yi agreed on the surface, the corner of his mouth was twitching. Yuan Shu stretched and said, "But you're right. I'm in need of people right now. I can't let him kill all my elites." Young Master Shu is right. Ying Yi smiled. Yuan Shu waved his hand. Suddenly, the fog in the valley dissipated. Then, waves of very heavy death qi quickly gathered at the ruins in the center of the valley. Not long after, a black cloud slowly formed above the ruins. Yuan Shu looked at the huge dark cloud and murmured, I've carefully chosen this valley for you. If you want to maximize the effectiveness of your Cub Gu Heartstone, you can't do without the death energy here. It won't be long before you become a walking corpse that only listens to my orders." Ha ha ha. Then, Yuan Shu took out a palm-sized jade Buddha stone and held it in his hand. Then, he led everyone down the mountain. In the ruins, Yi Hao saw the huge black cloud above his head. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, he felt a little dizzy. His consciousness was a little blurry. He stood there in a daze. His eyes gradually lost focus. At this time, the black-clothed people around him didn't make a move. Instead, they spread out to prevent Yi Hao from running away. After some time, Yi Hao suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy. He quietly closed his eyes. Just as Yi Hao closed his eyes, Yuan Shu and the others appeared. At this time, Yi Hao's body was surrounded by a black death qi. At the same time, the jade Buddha stone on Yi Hao's waist suddenly lit up. It seemed to be resonating with the jade Buddha stone in Yuan Shu's hand. Yuan Shu didn't rush forward. He looked at the unconscious Yi Hao and smiled, Do you know why I used Wu Wenyong to lure you here? Because you possess scarlet eyes. Ordinary bewitchment techniques will not be of much use to you. If I want to firmly grasp you in my hands, I will need to set up a spiritual array and use the dense death aura here to bewitch you and make you sink into oblivion. Only then can I make you completely lose your will. When the cloud above your head disappears, you'll become another Yi Hao. Ha ha ha. Slowly, the black cloud above Yi Hao's head became smaller and smaller. Meanwhile, the death chi on Yi Hao's body became more and more abundant. At this time, Yingyi looked at the sleeping Yi Hao and asked in confusion, "Sir, why do you have to bewitch him? Will he be able to open that place if he follows you to the ancestral ground?" Yuan Shu's expression suddenly became very serious. He said, "Before the old fart left, he said that only those with red eyes and my Dao sword can open that place. If I don't control Yi Hao, it will be very difficult to open that place. Our plan will also fail. My original intention was to take back my Dao sword and find someone to be the key. I didn't expect him to take it, so I could only set up Wu Wenyong as a pawn in Lisan City so that I can completely control this key today. Once we enter that place and take away that monster's spirit power, no one in the entire Qingshan Empire, no, the entire ancient demon realm, will be my match. After all, that monster used to be that person's mount." Yuan Shu's expression became gloomy. Then, he laughed loudly. Finally, the black cloud above Yi Hao's head disappeared. The death chi in the valley gathered on Yi Hao's body. Yuan Shu took out the jade Buddha stone and came before Yi Hao. The jade Buddha stone on Yi Hao's waist became brighter and brighter. At the same time, it floated up and spun around Yuan Shu's hand. It was as if it had seen its mother after many years. It was very excited. Chapter 1500. Yuan Shu held the jade Buddha stone and chanted a secret spell. Suddenly, the death chi around Yi Hao rushed into Yi Hao's body. Yuan Shu laughed and waited for Yi Hao to wake up. However, after waiting for a while, Yi Hao showed no signs of waking up. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. So, Yuan Shu handed the jade Buddha stone forward and said, "Strange, the death chi has all rushed into Yi Hao's body. Logically speaking, Yi Hao should have woken up." Pa. Yuan Shu snapped his fingers and Yi Hao's closed eyes slowly opened. His pupils were still crimson red, but unlike before, his bright and spirited eyes had dimmed and become hollow. Yuan Shu smiled and said, "You're awake. Then let me see if you're completely under my control." Yuan Shu pointed at a man in black not far away and said with a sinister smile, "Kill him." Hearing this, Yi Hao, with his empty eyes, pulled out the Wu Dao sword from the ground. His body moved slightly and a large head appeared in Yi Hao's hand. At the same time, droplets of blood scattered in the air. The surrounding men in black were very calm about their companion's death, as if they were already used to it. Or perhaps they had also lost their own will and turned into walking corpses. Yuan Shu was very satisfied with Yi Hao's actions and asked, "What realm are you at now?" 8th level Spirit Emperor. Yi Hao's answer was very simple, but there was a hint of hoarseness in his words. "Who are you?" "Emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, Yi Hao." "What are you doing in the Qingshan Empire?" "Taking first place in the Heavenly Street Convention." After asking a few more questions, Yi Hao obediently answered them. Only then did Yuan Shu relax and tie the jade Buddha stone that was spinning in the air back to Yi Hao's waist. She took out the jade Buddha stone that contained her grandmother's Jiyu heartstone and placed it in front of Yi Hao. She said softly, "Remember, I am your master now. You have to do whatever I say. Do you understand?" Yi Hao nodded stiffly and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, master." Yuan Shu nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Let me ask you, what did the Green Mountain Emperor say to you after he left you and Princess Ling behind?" "The Green Mountain Emperor asked me to protect his daughter, Princess Ling, and then gave me the royal treasury as a reward." Yuan Shu's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, "This old fox, the imperial family really does have some stocks. Where is that private treasury now?" Yi Hao took out a spatial ring and handed it to Yuan Shu. He said woodenly, "This spatial ring contains the imperial family's private treasury. Yuan Shu received the spatial ring and carefully inspected it. His smile widened. When Yuan Shu was inspecting the treasures in the spatial ring, Yi Hao's lips couldn't help but twitch. However, he concealed it very well, so no one noticed. Yuan Shu looked at the treasures, spiritual stones, and spiritual coins piled up like a mountain in the spatial ring. He couldn't help but say, "This old fox really did hide a lot of good stuff. But he never imagined that the royal treasury would end up in my hands, ha ha ha." Yuan Shu accepted the spatial ring and asked, "Is there anything else besides this?" "Nothing else." "Then how is the Green Mountain Emperor's health? Has he already passed away?" Yi Hao shook his head and said, "I don't know. The Green Mountain Emperor left after saying that." Yuan Shu's expression was rather grave. Ying Yi walked over and said, "Young master, there's no need to worry about this. Now that the day of ancestral worship is near, we should focus on that matter. Since we've already confirmed that the Green Mountain Emperor won't participate in the ancestral worship, he won't interfere with our plan. When the time comes and our plan succeeds, why should we be afraid of a single Green Mountain Emperor?" Yuan Shu gently placed his hand on Ying Yi's shoulder. He said, "You're right. Since that's the case, let's temporarily withdraw the people we've placed in the imperial palace. We'll focus all our attention on the ancestral worship." "Yes." With that, Ying Yi disappeared from where he was. The Green Mountain District. Wu Wenyong followed the guard to a bustling street on the Green Mountain peak. Wu Wenyong carefully examined his surroundings. He discovered that this place was rather far from the Yuan Manor and the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. It seemed that his family wasn't locked up in the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. As he walked, he glanced behind him, intentionally or otherwise. After seeing two familiar figures, he felt much more at ease. However, when he thought of Yi Hao's situation, he became worried again. His name was Wu Wenyong, but he wasn't the real Wu Wenyong from Lishan City. When Yi Hao obtained the Wu Dao sword, Yuan Shu found him and used his family to threaten him to do something. That was to hide in the Wu Manor in Lishan City. He would do everything he could to get in touch with Yi Hao and stay by Yi Hao's side. Because Yuan Shu was certain that Yi Hao would pass by Lishan City on his way to the Green Mountain Imperial City, he planted such a chess piece. Wu Wenyong's original appearance wasn't like this. However, Yuan Shu had people change his appearance to make it easier for the mission. When he entered the Wu Manor in Lishan City, the young master of the Wu clan was already seriously ill and on the verge of death. His father was also bedridden. Therefore, after the young master of the Wu clan passed away, he replaced the real Wu Wenyong. At that time, he didn't attract anyone's attention. Everyone thought that he was the real young master of the Wu clan. After that, he stayed in the Wu Manor and secretly sent people to find out about Yi Hao's whereabouts. Finally, on the day Yi Hao entered the city, he purposely appeared at the entrance of the medicine pavilion, purposely brought Yi Hao into the underground auction house, purposely helped Yi Hao bid for the medicine and beauties, and purposely brought Yi Hao to participate in the alchemist convention. The reason he did all this was to make Yi Hao believe that he was the young master of the Wu Manor, Wu Wenyong. After old master Wu passed away, Wu Wenyong naturally went with Yi Hao and accompanied Yi Hao to participate in the Heavenly Street Convention. After that, when they arrived at the Green Mountain Imperial City, Wu Wenyong secretly went to the Celestial Cloud Pavilion to report Yi Hao's situation. After that, Yuan Shu gave him a good scolding and threatened him with the image of his family. He didn't allow him to enter the Celestial Cloud Pavilion without orders to prevent his whereabouts from being exposed. Yuan Shu also said that as long as he helped him complete this mission, he would release Wu Wenyong's family and let them reunite. Pretending to be captured by the members of the Shadow Department to attract Yi Hao's rescue was the last step Yuan Shu wanted him to complete. As long as he completed this mission, he would be able to reunite with his family. Wu Wenyong collected his thoughts and looked at the alleyways that were getting narrower and narrower. A blissful smile appeared on his face. He had finally waited for this day. Very soon, he would be able to reunite with his family. After following the guards of the Shadow Department through 7 or 8 alleyways, they finally stopped in front of a run-down temple. Chapter 1501. Wu Wenyong looked suspiciously at the ruined temple and asked, "Are my family members inside?" The guard glanced at Wu Wenyong and said impatiently, "Go in." Wu Wenyong hesitated, but he still pushed open the gate of the ruined temple. After Wu Wenyong entered the temple, the guard pulled out the two blades at his waist with a cold expression and followed closely behind him. Wu Wenyong walked through the courtyard of the ruined temple and arrived at the temple. He saw his parents and sister leaning against each other in ragged clothes under the statue of the ruined temple. Their faces were yellow and their hair was unkempt. Wu Wenyong's tears immediately streamed down. He cried out, "Father, Mother, I've come. I've come to take you home." The three people under the statue did not show any joy. Instead, their eyes were wide open and their bodies trembled. Wu Wenyong saw fear in their black eyes, so he suddenly turned his head. A white light flashed before his eyes. Cliff Break Valley, ruins. Yuan Shu rubbed the jade Buddhist stone in his hand, then turned to Yi Hao and said, "Okay, I've asked all the questions I wanted to ask. Wake up in 2 hours and return to the inn." "Yes, Pa." Yuan Shu snapped his fingers. Yi Hao's body trembled, and he fell unconscious again. Yuan Shu glanced at him with satisfaction, then left with his group. An hour later, Yi Hao slowly opened his eyes. Only after confirming that there was no one around did he yawn lazily. Yi Hao no longer had his wooden appearance from before. His somewhat empty eyes had completely recovered their clarity. Yi Hao frowned, constantly muttering, "Scarlet eyes? Key? What kind of nonsense is this?" But it sounds like Yuan Shu has made a lot of preparations for that day. Can we beat him with just the few of us? I think it's a little difficult. We should find another ally. Afterwards, Yi Hao took out the parchment in the spatial ring bestowed to him by the Azure Mountain Emperor. He murmured, "Fortunately, I took out this parchment, or else Yuan Shu would probably know about this secret." Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "Yuan Shu, you took my interspatial ring today. In the future, I will make you pay back double." Yi Hao kept his Wu Dao sword and looked in the direction of the green fallen peak. He said thoughtfully, "I wonder how Wu Wenyong is doing. I hope everything goes well." Qing Luo District, ruined temple. As soon as Wu Wenyong turned around, 2 sabers with cold light came at him. In a moment of desperation, Wu Wenyong crossed his arms, and 2 silver-white braces appeared on his wrists. The saber landed on Wu Wenyong's silver-white wrist guard. Wu Wenyong took 2 steps back and steadied himself. He looked at the guard who was full of fighting spirit and said coldly, "Didn't young Master Shu agree to let me go? What are you doing?" The guard snorted and said with a hoarse voice, "That's right. Young Master Shu agreed to let your family reunite, but he wants you to reunite in hell." "Impossible. Yuan Shu and I have an agreement. He promised that as long as I help him complete that task, he will keep his promise." "Ha, how can you call young Master Shu by his name?" The guard showed disdain and said, "Go, kill them." Suddenly, 2 guards from the Shadow Department appeared from behind the statue. They were both 8th-level Spirit Emperors and attacked the 3 people who were trembling under the statue. Wu Wenyong snorted and a long spear appeared in his hand. He swept it out and the 2 guards were sent flying to the wall. The guard with the dual sabers said coldly, "9th-level Spirit Emperor? I've really underestimated you. Yuan Shu really thinks highly of me." Wu Wenyong held the long spear and stood in front of the 3 people. He said coldly, "You sent 2 8th-level Spirit Emperors and 1 9th-level Spirit Emperor just to deal with me. Interesting. You are about to die, and you still talk so much nonsense." "Oh, is that so?" Wu Wenyong looked at the dual saber guard with interest. The dual saber guard sneered and was about to rush forward. Suddenly, a black square sky-decorated halberd attacked him from behind. The guard was startled and dodged to the right. Unexpectedly, 2 flying daggers drilled out from the ground, drilled into his soles and flew out from his shoulders. The guard knelt on the ground weakly and looked at the 2 figures standing at the door. He died with his eyes open. The other two members of the shadow department saw that the situation was not good and ran away. One of the people standing at the door snorted and stepped forward. He picked up the sky pisser stuck in the ground and threw it at the escaping figure with all his strength. The other person did not want to be left behind. He took out the javelin in his hand and stared at the other figure. Ah! Two screams came from the back wall of the ruined temple. At this time, Wu Wenyong, who was covering his sister's eyes, let go and thanked the two people who walked into the courtyard. "Thank you, Brother Xiong Chong and Brother Lu Fang." The three people standing behind Wu Wenyong also hurriedly got up and thanked Xiong Chong and Lu Fang. The two hurried forward and helped the four people up. Xiong Chong smiled and said, "Wu Wenyong, the people you should thank are not us, but our family's young master." Wu Wenyong's eyes were wet. He bowed and said, "I, Wu Wenyong, owe Yi Hao too much. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it in this life." Lu Fang helped Wu Wenyong up and smiled. "Brother Wenyong, don't say that. After all, without your plan, our young master's plan would not have been successful. We saved you and your family not only because of our young master's instructions, but also because of our brotherhood. But our young master is really good at foreseeing things," Xiong Chong said with some admiration. "Our young master already knew that Yuan Shu would not let you and your family go, so he sent the two of us to secretly protect you." As they spoke, Lu Fang and Xiong Chong recalled that night and Yi Hao's orders to them. "All right, don't just stand here. The Falling District is still the Yuan family's territory. If you don't want to be exposed, come with me." At this time, a sturdy figure appeared at the entrance of the ruined temple. This person was holding a green spear as he looked at everyone with a smile. "Qingyu District, in." Yi Hao took out a silver-white paper and carefully studied it. Suddenly, the lamp in the room flickered. Yi Hao looked at the black figure in front of the bed and asked, "How is it? Is Wu Wenyong and his family safe?" The person was dressed in black and had a thin figure. He cleared his throat and said, "Young Emperor, Ju Tong has brought them back to the stronghold. Everything is fine now." "That's good." Yi Hao paused and said, "Tell Wu Wenyong not to come back for the next 2 days. He is now a dead man and should not show his face in public. Also, clean up the scene." "Yes." Yi Hao asked, "By the way, Zhongqing, what are your cultivations now?" Chapter 1502. Yi Hao looked at the black figure kneeling in front of him and thought back to that night in Lishan City. After Yi Hao sent old man Jiyu back, he gave Ju Tong some orders, and Ju Tong left Lishan City. However, there were actually 3 people who left. They were Little Conqueror Ju Tong, Ghostface Du Xing, and Vegetable Garden Zhongqing. Before the battle with the Lin 4 heroes, Yi Hao actually summoned 3 people. However, he only let Ju Tong, who was the strongest, appear, while the other 2 hid in the dark. This was to make it easier for the 2 to hide, operate, and gather information when they came to the Green Mountain Imperial City with Ju Tong. Yi Hao knew that the Yuan family was very important in the Green Mountain Imperial City, so he set up a trap and let the 3 gather information. After the 3 arrived, they opened an inn in the Green Mountain district. Zhongqing was the owner of the inn on the surface, but in fact, he was in charge of gathering information in secret. When Yi Hao first came to the Imperial City, the situation of the 7 great families that Ju Tong told Yi Hao was all found out by Zhongqing. Du Xing was the hired thug of the inn on the surface, but in fact, he was in charge of gathering people and training men of sacrifice, in case Yi Hao and Yuan Shu got into a conflict and Yi Hao had no one to rely on. Yi Hao gave the 3 of them a lot of spirit coins and pills. Du Xing used these pills and spirit coins to recruit about 50 assassins, and the number was still increasing. Most of these assassins were at the 7th and 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. They were a very important force. As for Ju Tong, he was the cook of the inn on the surface, but in fact, he was in charge of communicating with Yi Hao and dealing with some troublesome matters. Because Ju Tong went to pick up Wu Wenyong today, it was the inn owner Zhongqing who reported to Yi Hao. Facing Yi Hao's question, Zhongqing seemed a little ashamed and answered, "Young Emperor, Ju Tong and Du Xing are both 9th level spirit emperors, But I'm the only 8th level Spirit Emperor. I've let you down. Yi Hao smiled faintly and said, "It's okay. Aren't I also in the 8th level Spirit Emperor?" Zhongqing smiled bitterly and said, "Young Emperor, you must be joking. How can I compare to you? A 7th level Spirit Emperor defeating a half-step Spirit Emperor is not something an ordinary person can do. All right, stop flattering me. Oh right, I asked you to inquire about Yuan Mu. How is it going?" At this point, Zhongqing's interest was piqued. "Young Emperor, gathering information is my forte. I have a rough understanding of Yuan Mu's situation. Although Yuan Mu is the son of the Yuan clan, he lost his sight when he was young. Therefore, the power of the Yuan clan fell into the hands of Yuan Shu. After Yuan Shu took over, he bullied Yuan Mu in every possible way. Not only did he remove Yuan Mu's guards, but a group of guards also mysteriously disappeared some time ago." Yi Hao asked, "What is Yuan Mu's response to this?" "Yuan Mu is a soft persimmon. Yuan Shu can do whatever he wants. If he responds, he'll only die faster." Zhongqing thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, I also heard that the banished immortal by Yuan Shu's side sends wine to Yuan Mu every day." Yi Hao was stunned and said, "Yuan Shu is so good to Yuan Mu? How is that possible?" Zhongqing analyzed. "In my opinion, the wine is most likely slow-acting poison. Yuan Shu wants Yuan Mu to die." Yi Hao thought for a moment and then asked, "Is it possible to get in touch with Yuan Mu?" Zhongqing's pupils shrank and he asked, "Young Emperor, don't tell me you want to cooperate with Yuan Mu? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why not?" Zhongqing thought carefully and said, "There is, but you have to cooperate with me." "No problem." Then, Zhongqing whispered into Yi Hao's ear. The next day, Yuan Manor, Yuan Mu's courtyard. A middle-aged man who looked like an innkeeper and a young man who looked like a waiter looked at the guards with sabers at their waists and said, "Sirs, we're here to deliver food to young Master Mu. Young Master Mu ordered food from our inn yesterday and we're here to deliver it today." The waiter waved the food box in his hand. Unfortunately, the guards at the door were indifferent. Then an enchanting figure walked out of Yuan Mu's courtyard. The waiter glanced at the person and then quickly lowered his head. The innkeeper looked at the person and hurriedly ran over. At the same time, he took out a purse and put it in the person's hand. "Sir Banished Immortal, you're finally here. We've delivered food to young Master Mu many times. Can you talk to young Master Shu and let us in?" Banished Immortal, who had just come out of Yuan Mu's residence, looked at the purse carefully and said, "Old Zhong, it's you again. You don't know how badly I was scolded when I told young Master Shu to let you in last time." The innkeeper, Zhongqing, immediately understood. He reluctantly took out a space ring and handed it to Banished Immortal, saying, "Sir Banished Immortal, the food will get cold if you don't go in. Young Master Mu specially ordered for hot food." You see, Banished Immortal held the space ring tightly and said with a smile, "Old Zhong, we're so familiar with each other. No need to be so polite. If you want to go in, just go in." Okay. Thank you, Sir Banished Immortal." Zhongqing walked in front and the waiter hurriedly followed. Just as they were about to enter, Banished Immortal called out to them. "Wait." Zhongqing turned around and smiled apologetically. "Sir Banished Immortal, what are your orders?" Banished Immortal slowly walked to the waiter. The waiter was nervous and didn't dare to raise his head. Banished Immortal slowly extended a finger and lifted the waiter's chin. He smiled and said, "Aya, Ardong, you're still so handsome." The waiter called Ardong opened his mouth and babbled. Unfortunately, no sound came out. Banished Immortal shook his head regretfully. "What a pity. You're a mute. Open the food box. I want to check it." "Okay, no problem." Zhongqing hurriedly ran over and opened the food box. Banished Immortal checked it. After confirming that there were no problems, he let the two in. The moment he closed the box, Ardong exhaled softly and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead without batting an eyelid. In the main hall, Mu Dao stared closely at the corridor. When she didn't see anyone, she couldn't help but say angrily, "Why is old Zhong so slow?" What time is it? He still hasn't sent the food. Holding a book in his hand, Yuan Mu smiled. Wait a bit. He'll be here soon. Mu Dao said angrily, Young master, don't tell me you've been stopped by Yuan Shu's people again. No, I have to go take a look. Before Yuan Mu could call out to Mu Dao had already run out. However, it didn't take long for Mu Dao to come running back. Yuan Mu's eyes were covered with a white cloth, but he seemed to be able to see Mu Dao's movements. He smiled and asked, The food is here? Chapter 1503. Mu Dao happily ran to Yuan Mu's side and helped him to the table. She smiled and said, Master, the food is here. The food is here. Yuan Mu reached out and gently touched Mu Dao's forehead. He smiled and said, Look at you. Hee hee. Mu Dao giggled and didn't refute. She seemed to enjoy being touched by Yuan Mu. Not long after, two people walked into the main hall. Zhongqing put the food box on the table and took out the food. He smiled and said, Master Mu, I've made you wait. Dong, who was standing to the side, raised his head and looked seriously at Yuan Mu, who was wearing a white cloth and wearing a white robe. He looked gentle and refined. As Mu Dao took the dishes, she complained, Old Zhong, you guys came too late today. I'm starving to death. Mu Dao, don't be rude, Yuan Mu said. Mu Dao stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything else. Yuan Mu held his chopsticks and smiled. Old Zhong, children don't understand. Don't bicker with them. Banished Immortal must have made things difficult for you today. When we leave, I'll ask Mu Dao to give you more spirit coins. Master Mu, you're exaggerating. These are nothing. If Master Mu wants to eat, we should give you some. Oh, it's time to eat. Mu Dao shouted. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks and started sweeping through the food on the table. Yuan Mu smiled and picked up his bowl and chopsticks. He slowly chewed and swallowed, enjoying the food. Suddenly, Mu Dao put down her bowl and chopsticks with a clang. She lay on the table. Yuan Mu remained indifferent and continued to eat the rice in his bowl. At this moment, Dong sat across from Yuan Mu while Zhongqing stood behind him. Dong cleared his throat and actually spoke. Everyone says that young Master Mu is blind. I wonder how young Master Mu can tell. Yuan Mu put down his bowl and chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He said, I, Yuan Mu, am blind, but I'm not a cripple. Dong, who usually comes with old Zhong to deliver food, comes in a panic. But you're different. You don't sound panicked. Instead, you're very calm. Dong cupped his hands and said, Young Master Mu's hearing is extraordinary. I am impressed. Dong glanced at the dishes on the table and said with a smile, It seems that young Master Mu is also hiding his strength. Yuan Mu smiled and asked, Why do you think so? I put knockout drugs in the dishes on this table. Not only will ordinary people be knocked out, even masters of the Spirit Emperor realm will fall down. But young Master Mu is safe and sound. It's a bit unbelievable. Yuan Mu didn't respond. He asked with a smile, May I know who you are? Why are you pretending to be a waiter? Dong cleared his throat and said seriously, I'm Yi Sangao. I have something important to discuss with young Master Mu. Hee hee. Yuan Mu chuckled. So it's Yi Zhuge. What business do you have with me? Yi Hao did not beat around the bush and said directly, Help you seize power and get rid of Yuan Shu. The hall instantly fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. Yi Hao was puzzled. Why is young Master Mu laughing? Yuan Mu stopped laughing and said with amusement, I'm laughing because you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yuan Shu is the head of the Yuan clan and the master of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. You want to get rid of him? How do you want to get rid of him? Yi Hao said with a serious face, I can't get rid of Yuan Shu by myself. But what if Princess Ling and Yu Ingwan work together? Yuan Mu picked up the wine on the table and poured a cup. I didn't expect these two to be on your side. I wonder if we're enough to get rid of him together. Yuan Mu tapped the table and asked, Aren't you afraid that I'll report you? Yi Hao laughed and stood up. He put his hands on the table and stared at Yuan Mu. I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. But I'm more afraid that young Master Mu will die before me. Yuan Shu can't tolerate you. This isn't the first day or two. If you expose me, you'll probably die before I do. At that time, you'll be a threat to him. As you can see, I don't have anyone by my side. There's only a servant. How can I help you? Yuan Mu changed the topic. As far as I know, young Master Mu is the son of the first wife. There are many elders in the Celestial Cloud Pavilion on your side. Although young Master Mu is blind, his cultivation is impressive. Yi Hao didn't say anything else. He ate the food on the table silently. Yuan Mu tapped the table with his fingers. Finally, he seemed to have made a decision. He took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. This is the map of Yuan Shu's power distribution and the topography of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. Yi Hao took the paper and smiled. It seems that young Master Mu has been planning this all along. You've been waiting for an opportunity like me. Yi Hao put the paper away. He looked at Yuan Mu and asked curiously, I really want to know. If I didn't come, what would young Master Mu do? Yuan Mu answered casually, find someone and kill someone. Good. Yi Hao clapped and began to pack the food. Just as Yi Hao and Zhongqing were about to leave, Yuan Mu stopped them. Wait, with just us, we're still lacking. Young Master Mu, what do you think? Yi Hao turned around and asked. We're still missing an ally. Take this and go find him. Saying this, Yuan Mu threw a jade pendant over. Yi Hao took it and looked at it carefully. He found that there was nothing else on the jade pendant other than the word Mu carved on it. Yuan Mu frowned. Why aren't you leaving? Yi Hao smiled bitterly. You only gave me a jade pendant. How would I know who to look for? Isn't old Zhong good at gathering information? You should ask him. Yuan Mu's casual words made Yi Hao and Zhongqing break out in a cold sweat. How did Yuan Mu know what Zhongqing did? He'd never left the manor. This was too strange. Yuan Mu stood up and took Mu Dao into his arms. I've said everything I needed to say. You can leave now. Zhongqing looked a bit embarrassed, but he still said, Young Master Mu, how about the money for the meal? Yuan Mu's face darkened. He stood there in a daze. Only Mu Dao knows where the money is. He's been knocked out by you. Come back tomorrow and deliver the meal. I'll pay you together. All right. Hearing this, Zhongqing cupped his hands and thanked Yi Hao. Then, he left with Yi Hao. The two left the Yuan manor without a hitch. On the way, Yi Hao carefully looked at the jade pendant in his hand. He didn't find anything special about it, so he handed it to Zhongqing. Zhongqing took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. Yi Hao looked back at the Yuan manor and muttered to himself, Yuan Mu isn't simple. Suddenly, Zhongqing cried out in surprise. Young master, I know who to look for. Chapter 1504. In the inn, Yi Hao sat on the bed and quietly absorbed the power of the stars. At the same time, he didn't forget to cultivate spirit formations and alchemy. In 2 days, it would be the Azure Mountain Empire's ancestral worship assembly. If he wanted to survive until the end, the best way was to increase his strength. No matter what Yuan Shu's plan was, no matter if his allies were reliable or not, as long as he was strong, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, as long as he could get rid of Yuan Shu, he would be the prince consort of the Azure Mountain Empire in name. Then, he could make the Tian Yuan Empire ally with the Azure Mountain Empire. This way, the Tian Yuan Empire wouldn't need to rely on anyone. Thinking about this, Yi Hao's heart became more determined. The silver light became brighter and brighter. Qing Qing Peak, Qing family. The Qing family's patriarch, Qing Yunji, sat on the main seat and smiled at the other 2 patriarchs. The patriarch of the Hao family, Hao Gui, raised the teacup in his hand. After taking a sip, he said, Patriarch Qing, don't worry. Our Han family's cultivators are all ready. They are ready for your command. Yen, not bad. Qing Yunji put down the teacup and looked at Huangfu Yunji, Huangfu family's patriarch. What about you? Huangfu Yunji said, Qing family's patriarch, don't worry. Everything is ready. Very good. Qing Yunji stood up and walked to the center of the hall. He looked at the gloomy sky and said, in the ancestral worship assembly in 2 days, I want the Ling family and Yuan family to die without a burial place. I want the Azure Mountain Empire to only have one surname, Qing. Hao Gui and Huangfu Yunji stood behind Qing Yunji and congratulated him. Qing Luo District, there was an inn. The inn was closed for 2 days because something happened to the owner's family. In reality, the inn's owner, chef, and hired thugs were all here. They were making plans for the ancestral worship assembly in 2 days. A tall middle-aged man who was carefully wiping a green spear said, Wu Wenyong's family has already been settled. I've already sent someone to secretly send them to Tianyuan New City. As for Wu Wenyong, he will move with you in 2 days. The skinny inn owner said, Good, leave this place to us. You and Xiong Chong will protect the young emperor. Don't let anything happen to him. The middle-aged man picked up the green spear and waved it. Don't worry, I know what to do. The third person in the room was also a hired thug of the inn. He picked up a pair of blades and put them on his shoulders. He laughed sinisterly and said, Hehe, I can't wait to see Yuan Shu's expression when he comes back from the ancestral worship ground and sees his mansion. Ha ha ha. The man with 2 blades looked at the inn owner and asked, Oh right, did you find the person the young emperor asked you to find? The inn owner stood up and leaned against the window. He looked at the endless stream of people on the street and said, Hey, what do you think I do for a living? Of course I found him, but I didn't expect him to be Yuan Mu's man. The middle-aged man put down his spear and asked curiously, Who is that person? The inn owner replied unhappily, What's the rush? Won't you know when the time comes? The middle-aged man chuckled and didn't ask any more. He continued wiping his spear. The inn returned to silence. Qing Luo District, Celestial Cloud Pavilion. In a secret room in the Celestial Cloud Pavilion, Yuan Shu stared at the 3 black beads on the table in a daze. Suddenly, a black figure appeared beside Yuan Shu. Young master, that monster is full and has fallen asleep. Yuan Shu collected his thoughts and muttered, It's finally asleep. If it didn't, I really wouldn't know what to do. Yingyi continued, Everything is ready. Now we just have to wait for the ancestral worship in 2 days. Yuan Shu closed his eyes and said, Why do I feel like time is passing so slowly? It seems like it's going to pass faster. I can't wait. A white figure stood in front of Yuan Shu. Banished Immortal lowered his head and asked softly, Young Master Shu, you were looking for me? Yes, Yuan Shu answered lazily. Yuan Shu yawned and said, 2 days later, I'll leave a few people for you to go to Yuan Mu's courtyard. Do you know what to do? Banished Immortal was startled and secretly made a throat-slitting gesture. Although Yuan Shu's eyes were closed, he seemed to be able to see Banished Immortal's movement. He nodded lightly. Banished Immortal's face darkened. He lowered his head and said, Yes, I know what to do. Yuan Shu waved his hand and Ying Yi and Banished Immortal left. Only Yuan Shu and his light snoring were left in the secret room. Qingshan District, Imperial Palace. Ling Junyun stood in the tallest pavilion of the palace and looked at the dark sky in a daze. Unknowingly, a man in golden armor had appeared behind her. Ling Junyun stroked her hair and asked, Is everything ready? Yes. Where's father? He's sleeping. Then let's wait until we return from the ancestral worship ground and do the 2 things together. Okay. Suddenly, the 2 stopped talking and the air fell into silence again. Ling Junyun looked at the dark sky and asked sadly, Little Jo, do you think we'll be able to come back? Golden Armor was stunned and then said, I'll definitely protect the princess. Anyone who wants to hurt you will have to step over my dead body first. Don't be so serious. I'm just asking. Golden Armor looked at the smiling girl in front of him and felt a touch of warmth in his heart. We'll definitely come back alive. Ling Junyun turned around and looked at the dark sky at a comet with a tail. Her eyes were resolute. The young man behind her didn't say anything and just gripped the ancient golden sword in his hand. All the factions were preparing for the ancestral worship trip in 2 days. A war that concerned the fate of the Qingshan Empire and even the situation of the ancient demons was about to erupt. 2 days later, in the palace of the Qingshan district, there was a huge square with a huge spiritual array carved on the ground. There were many guards standing around this spiritual array. These guards wore golden armor and held long spears. They stood silently around the spiritual array and waited for the people from the 7 great families to arrive. The first to arrive at the square was the Hao family, one of the 7 great families. The head of the Hao family, Hao Gui, wore a red robe and came to the square with dozens of guards. Just as Hao Gui was about to step into the huge spiritual array, he was stopped by a guard in golden armor. "Princess Ling isn't here yet. Please wait, head of the Hao family." Hao Gui looked at the cold-looking guard in golden armor and snorted angrily. He stood aside and waited quietly. Yes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.